Hi, I'm Jamie, and welcome to our Sci-Fi Vision Antler Queen collaboration for the week for
Hello.
Yellowjackets. I have Scarlett with me, and I guess if I read your name, you've added Kelly Lick My Legs Keen. There you go.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome
Reference to
both
the
of you.
song that was playing
Yes, at the very
at
end.
the end of the episode.
PGRB
Yeah.
fans.
By the way, I just want to mention, just like my audience knows this, but I don't expect anybody else to understand this. I apologize for the sunglasses. I've got an eye condition that acts up in the winter.
It's okay.
So it's not too pretty to look at. So
No, you're fine. I hadn't even thought about it, to be honest.
I'm the woman with no eyes.
Yeah. Well, hey,
And
look,
my co-host
Scarlett's got no
Jazz.
face, so we're okay.
My co-host Jazz should be up soon. But yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Well, yes, welcome.
Very excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to do this one. Although I have to be honest, I'm really mad at the characters after this episode. But
Yeah.
other than that,
That's what I'm thinking. I felt like Akila could have just told him, and at my vision, you have to keep Coach intact.
yeah, she could have made something.
No cutting.
Now, I know you guys can see your YouTube chat, right? That's going to be separate from our live stream chat. So if you want to pull things from the chat, I know you can't click on them, but just shout and we'll try to answer those things too. Yeah, I was going to say, as I told you in the email, we tend to go sort of in order somewhat, but we don't necessarily have to. That's just how we've structured it and how I usually keep track of it. But with whatever.
And we already put out our recap for the week. So like our Sunday night lives are kind of like anything goes. So it's we're just following your lead tonight.
All right.
And if any for our viewers, I'm really excited to have Sci-Fi Vision with us on our channel. Jamie is hosting this, but we're doing a dual broadcast. So everybody that's watching on our side, please go check out Sci-Fi Vision and subscribe.
Yes, view and subscribe, and that's what I was going to say. Please like and subscribe. The Antler Queens, and you're on Cyborg Queen Media is actually your link, even though Antler Queen, just like we have decided we are the Wilderness Chose, but we don't have it on the background, but we had decided that. Well,
that's awesome.
I guess I was going to say until your co-host gets here, maybe we could just do a little bit of what we thought of the episode, I guess, maybe while we're waiting so we don't. So I don't know. Why don't you go? I'll let you go first. I said that, and I'll let you go first. What did you think about it?
Well, I have some strong feelings, some strong mixed feelings, because episodes 5 and 6 were my favorites so far of I've seen the first 8 episodes. Episodes 5 and 6 were my favorites. But when the promotional photos were released before the episode, I cringed hard because I knew it was going to set people up for disappointment for what was really a great episode. People were expecting, like, the episode is called Did Ty Do That? And a lot of people didn't get the reference. Like, a lot of the younger people didn't get the reference. And they saw the photo come out of Ty and of Van and Simone sitting on the bench. And everyone was so excited. They're like, oh, this is going to be so messy. And I'm like, oh, no.
Go watch Family Matters.
Yeah. I'm like, that scene was so important, too. And I would have loved a messy confrontation between Van and Simone, but
yes.
Yeah, that would have been.
But that stare was fatal. That Simone.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. But yeah, it's I think the photos that came out beforehand set people up for disappointment, which is a shame because it was such a great episode.
Yeah, it was.
I loved it.
Other than, like I said, I'm really mad at them. But other than that, you should care. It's good I'm that mad. It means I really, really care about the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Juan says there's people that that watch a show that aren't old enough to watch reruns of Family Matters. So
Yeah.
That's why I said go watch it. It's definitely a reference to Urkel, which they obviously brought up in the episode. Whoop, there's Jazzy. Let me bring her.
Right.
I made
it.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, Jazz.
How's it going?
You're it's funny because your background matches the main background.
Yeah, I tried to make something Yellow Jacket, but you can't see it, so it's kind of hidden.
That's okay. They can look at mine. Also, really fast. How's it going, guys?
Good.
Man, we were just I was just sharing about how I thought the photos that came out beforehand set people up for disappointment when it was a brilliant episode.
Yeah.
That was a really quick scene.
Confrontation.
Yeah.
The scene was super short.
I think it's because Sammy's grown. He's grown pretty tall.
Oh yeah.
They were definitely trying. He spent half the scene hunched over.
Yeah.
That scene was so wild. I mean, we basically learned that we probably haven't seen Ty all season. We've been seeing what we've been referring to as Issa. Sorry, Issa, not Issa. Which is just mind-blowing and really sad.
Yeah.
For Sammy.
Yeah, I know. She didn't have time to do anything to him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And he's always been able to tell the difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
So he knew he clocked her immediately.
Yeah, he really did. It sheds light on some of I heard a lot of comments about people thinking that anytime there's a kid on a show, I always hear people say that they're creepy. Like people find little kids creepy. And I didn't pick that up with Sammy when people were saying that he was kind of a creepy kid. And it was just because he was scared and people were interpreting his fears as him being creepy. But it shed so much light on the way that he behaved in season 1.
Yeah.
Why? It really does. He could always tell.
Yeah. Well, he's a kid.
Yeah.
So it's his mother. Well, why don't you two, since I asked her, what did you guys think of the episode?
I loved it. It's been my favorite one so far this season. I was surprised at the reaction that I'm seeing online.
Yeah.
It has been very mixed, but I thought it was a great episode. I really enjoyed it all the way around.
Yeah.
What about
Pretty
you,
awesome.
Scarlett?
I liked it till about 5 seconds in the end.
Yeah.
Shauna's the worst. Melissa's almost the worst, and they all agreed on it, which is weird. And what's he gonna do? I mean, he's like if they take his crutch away, is it's gonna crawl and set their yurts on fire?
And these are champion athletes.
Yeah.
They can stop them.
They're not gonna. I mean, he's not gonna get away from them. That was so unnecessary.
Brutal.
It was. Yeah. It was. I liked the episode. I was really, really mad by what they did, but like I said, I guess you want to care about the characters. So if I was that mad, that it makes me be like, I don't want to watch this anymore. That's a good thing in a way. But yeah, it really pissed me off. But no, I did like the episode. Like she said, up until the very end. I think, like you said, it was unnecessary. I would have just put him in the pit and taken the ladder away. Like that to me would have been the easiest solution because then he definitely couldn't get out.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't know, to me it kind of paralleled the whole thing with the rabbit, and which I didn't like either. And I also think was kind of unnecessary. I'm as Scarlett knows, I'm not a horror person and I'm an animal person, and anytime they hurt the animals, I get upset. But no, but it was a good episode. And I think the other side of it with the adults was funny a lot with Misty and Walter kind of at odds, trying to investigate and messing each other up. So yeah, I enjoyed it.
Shauna had another banger line this episode. Just like she's really adult Shauna is cracking me up this season. First the line about should I send it to the mountain where you lay your eggs? And then if you did all this just to get Misty's toes off. It's totally her line delivery too.
I should have changed my nickname to Toes Off.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking I didn't think of anything. I'm not trying to think. I'm in the moment. Can't think of anything.
Yeah, no kidding. By the way, I just want to tell the people that are watching on our end, lives aren't really our specialty, so we don't get a ton of live viewers, but we typically do our lives right after the episodes. So anybody who is like watching our lives, you can like hop on over to Sci-Fi Vision when you're done with us. What time do you usually go live?
We've been doing it at 11 and we're usually a few hours. So we'll probably, I don't know. We might still be going, but that's why we do a watch party before our live too. So the people that see it before or didn't get a chance to see it can watch it with us. Yeah. That's in our Discord. So for you, those of you who came for Antler Queens, there's a link, I guess in our description. It wouldn't be in your video description. I should put it in the chat or they're not going to know what I'm talking about. But
they can watch our live and then go to your Discord for the watch party, and then stick around for your live.
Yeah, we do a watch party when we drop the episode, when the episode first drops on Thursday night, and then we end up doing it again on Sunday because we're insane and spend too much time there. At least I feel like I do sometimes.
Awesome. So, awesome. Yeah, I'm struggling with the earlier time this season. I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
It's been a little rough.
The time change didn't help. It just screwed up everything.
Yeah.
I thought I had an hour to look things up, and then my boyfriend says, "Hey, it's 10:30, not 9:30." And the 9:30 clock, the clock upstairs in the bedroom says 9:30.
Yeah. Oh man.
Ooh, daylight savings.
Yeah. Daylight
How
savings.
dare you?
Gosh.
Sorry, I'm trying to go through the chat while I'm listening to you guys. So we have some.
Thank you. I've seen a lot of people talking about Teen Shauna's actions being so indefensible and so crazy, and like, why is she doing all this? And like, you guys know she's like postpartum, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's been 2 years for us, but it's been like 3 months for her since her best friend died, and then she lost a baby.
Like, who she may still think that like the team tried to eat.
Yeah, she has some complicated feelings going on in there.
Yeah,
like I don't know. I find her a lot more sympathetic than I feel like nobody has any like empathy for her. And I'm like, she's a teenager. She's already like insanely hormonal.
Melissa scares me more than Shauna.
Yeah, Shauna's terrifying, and I love her.
Both of them would cut you, though. They'd cut you. So stay away.
Yeah, for sure. I actually was talking to somebody today about how I feel like Shauna is possibly the most traumatized post wilderness.
Yeah,
easily.
Because
Misty and Nat, even though they both went through shit, I mean, they kind of thrived out there a little bit. And Lottie kind of had her own separate issues, but she wasn't really dealing with the same level of trauma. I think Shauna, once they got back, I think Shauna had the most trauma to deal with.
Natalie even says in the first episode that she like lost her purpose when she came back, like being out there and being like so, you know, like uncared for and not having a lot of like security in her life leading up to the wilderness, you know, gave her structure. You know, she became a leader, and like, and she needed a lot of help coping with that when it was gone. It's really sad.
and I think that's kind of why Shauna comes across as the most, I hate words like this, but Shauna comes across as like the most normal in the adult timeline, because she just wants to be like, she wants to kind of disappear.
Yeah.
Like she wants to be a housewife who like with a boring life doesn't do a whole lot because that's what makes her feel safe. You
Yeah,
know?
I don't know. In the present, I find her the funniest, but I definitely find her the creepiest in the team.
Is it one of the later episodes? Isn't it like Normal Life or something? Is the title of one of the later episodes?
Yeah, a normal boring life.
Yeah, it's about Shauna.
Yeah, yeah. They just released the last 2 episode titles, and I can't remember what they are now.
Oh.
Mr.
I was gonna say, I know we usually go sort of in order, but we're gonna get so far behind of the chat, I think, if we don't. So that's why sometimes we sort of jump around.
Yeah.
Let's see. Justin says, I need them to reveal a little more of what's going on with Shauna's stalker with the tape. Too many mysteries. Let's solve one already. Yeah, they showed that in the preview, so I'm really hoping that, and assuming we're gonna get it soon, but hoping we're gonna get it soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope so.
You guys, you might know, but I was going to say, what do you think's on the tape? Because I know I just can't see them doing another blackmail story. That's what I keep telling Scarlett. I don't think it's going to be somebody blackmailing him. I think it's something different.
But yet Lottie took out the blackmailing amount of $50,000.
Well, she did do that, but I don't know.
That's my point.
I don't
dumb enough to do it twice, probably.
I don't think it'll be disappointing. I'll say that much. I really don't think it'll be disappointing.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Good move. Like, what do I
If
say?
anyone's disappointed with it, I will be shocked.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, now they're. See, I don't know if we should go in order or not. That's why I'm like, a lot of it's the same people. Justin said there's a lot of people that are upset about the content of the show where the premise is a girls' soccer team hunting and eating each other. We knew from the first 5 minutes of the pilot what was going on.
Amen.
I would agree with
After
that.
Yeah.
Right.
These girls are mean. Like, yeah, that's the point.
Also, I don't get, like, I've seen so much arguing about, like, defending the characters on social media. These characters aren't meant to be defended, okay? Like, none of them are meant to be defended. They're all messed up. Including Jeff, okay? Every single character. In fact, like, a lot of people talk about how, honestly, the only one that I think Van and Thaisa and Natalie are about the only ones that I could actually bring myself to defend, because I don't think any of them come from a bad place. Like, Thaisa literally has to disassociate. And Akilah, of course, because, you know, she's just a precious little cinnamon roll. But I mean, like, these girls and women are not supposed to be defensible.
No, they're not.
It's okay for women to be on TV and not be perfect.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that? It's crazy.
You can like a character that does really terrible things. It's okay.
I guess I want to see how, like, when they first get back, because they're obviously so different now than they were then. So they've shifted. Yeah. They've gotten some. Maybe they've gotten some therapy in between. I don't know.
Yeah, they're gonna have to have a. Oh, sorry, Jesse.
No, go ahead.
They're gonna have a 1998 or later 2000, whenever like Jeff and Shauna get married, because like all the teenage actresses are now hitting 30.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming the last one that said the story ends is that they get rescued, because I know they were gonna do a season or 2 past it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I think it's too soon.
Eventually we're gonna get it, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think
we're getting the pit girl scene this season. I really do.
Yeah, gotta lose a lot of bodies.
Travis is gonna. The actor playing Travis is gonna be 40 by the time this next season comes.
Yeah.
So they're talking a lot about the scene with Thaisa that we were talking about earlier. Lilith says, no, you said you call her Issa. Is that what you call? I have not heard
Issa,
that.
Yeah.
Issa did not want to be there, and she was trying to play it off like she was Ty, and Sammy saw right through her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if she's aware enough to be trying to play it off. Like, I think Issa is just totally in control, and poor Ty is just, oh man, she's
trying to deal with it.
I'm scared for Ty when she eventually comes
through.
back. Yeah.
See, Justin says the idea of bringing the woman you're cheating on your separated wife with, who's also your high school sweetheart, you had a really traumatic experience with, to meet said wife's side is a bad idea. Yeah, it is a very bad idea. I would agree with that.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that,
sweet,
thing,
romantic.
Yeah, I'm like, why is Van there?
Maybe she just wanted a threesome, you know?
I don't blame her.
See.
Yeah, people were hoping for a lot more mess, and unfortunately, we didn't get it. I think we all wanted a little bit of mess, but we did get a great facial expression from Simone, though. Sizing up
confirmation of life from Steve. Like, you've been begging for that.
Confirmation of life, yes.
Yeah, for sure. His acting, I mentioned on a recap though that I think Steve's acting has slipped a little since season 2, because after that Emmy-worthy performance that Steve gave in season 2, best animal actor ever.
He's been hitting the sauce. That's what I heard.
Yeah, same. He's phoning it in this season, man.
Yeah.
All that fame went right to his head.
Yeah, he doesn't think he has to work for it anymore. No, actually, I did. In his defense, I did see a photo where he did have a pretty stellar, typical Steve facial expression on his face. So I guess he was probably a little better than I get him credit for. The camera just didn't linger on him enough.
I know they were fighting not to show Sammy.
Yeah,
they were like, his voice still sounds the same, which I was surprised by. Yeah, I was like, this kid's gonna be 45. Like, there's no. As soon as I saw him, and he was like all crouched down, I was like, there's no way he's gonna stand up.
And he's got those big eyes, so he still looks young in the face.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
You can only keep a kid young for so long, though. That's
yeah.
It's been since 2019 that they shot the pilot. Like, that kid never stood a chance.
I just thought of something. Do you think? Oh wait, no, Steve. Tyson didn't name Steve. He was already named Steve.
Yeah.
Maybe she adopted him because his name was Steve, because of Steve Urkel.
Maybe.
Or the dog was originally named Steve because of the.
Yeah, maybe.
The wilderness named. Wilderness
it was a sign.
It
was a sign. Steve killed Lottie.
Oh no. I can imagine that now.
Ooh.
All you had to do is get the stairwell and just get positioned right under your feet.
Yeah.
He lit all the candles with his tiny. He struck the matches with his tiny mouth with those candles.
Oh man, he's a good enough actor. He could handle that.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the flashbacks. Him pushing her down the stairs.
Little pause on her back.
So I was going to say, what do you think? I mean, the beginning of the episode, Misty, when she's at the morgue and she gets all the evidence and everything and blackmails the coroner who's not too happy with her. But even her friends think that she did it, which I think probably means she didn't. I don't think that Misty did it, but I don't know. Her friends aren't really her friends. I mean,
I was going to say
Walter
quotes.
is not incorrect with that.
Yeah, I think Walter has a good point.
I had a
all blaming each other a little bit in this episode.
I had a question though. That's Teen Lottie on the slab, though, right?
She sees her first.
Of her.
She sees Teen Lottie, and then she's Teen Misty, and then they turn back to their normal adult selves.
Because I was like, wait a second, that's Teen Lottie for a second here on the slab. I didn't know if they maybe weren't able to get Simone to do that scene.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I didn't see an adult Lottie unless I missed it and it was like a fraction of a second. I was gonna ask you guys, do you think
I'd
that
have to
means
rewatch
anything,
it.
or just they didn't want to pay her to do it, or couldn't get her, or whatever?
Well, I mean, they did only she was only only got 4 episodes, she says. So that may be the case.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't remember if they showed adult Lottie's face or not on the.
I don't think they did.
On the slab.
I'm almost positive they didn't. I'll look at the pictures right now, but I didn't
even think about that, but I bet you it's because they didn't want to pay her.
Probably not, but I don't know. I just figure everybody's ripping it apart. I don't know that I necessarily think it means anything, but I'm sure lots of people will.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of scenes where they go back into their teen selves, so it's just them reliving trauma.
Yeah.
So
you know,
when she's standing over her at first, she's the teen, the teen version of her, and I thought they both switched, but maybe I'm just
no, it's
projecting
Teen
that.
Misty. It's definitely Sammy in that one.
Yeah.
She really. Sammy always sells her scenes. Every time I see her, she's great.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Every time she tries to cry, I'm like old enough. She cries over like her whole body.
I know.
She's
somebody who I feel like gets better every season. She gets a little better every season, I think.
Yeah, she's
like,
great.
And plus, she was like Prego, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah. I was just saying Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it was crazy that both Misties had wilderness babies during the filming.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard about Christina Ricci's kid? She's like a little terror because she's a wilderness baby.
That's awesome.
She addresses her as Christina. She's like, Christina, give me water. Give me water, please. Like she's filling a bankhead or something.
I remember Christina Ricci saying that when they started filming season 2, she really struggled because, like, when she was pregnant, she kind of developed this waddle, and she had to basically like unlearn it. And she like just when she was playing Misty, she just like associated the way she was walking naturally with her, and she kind of like it kind of messed her up, but because like she was waddling when she was pregnant, I guess. I never noticed it. I never noticed that she had a waddle.
I didn't even know she was pregnant last season.
No, not last season. She was pregnant season 1.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a lot of the actors' interviews. I got to go back and watch. But then again, I just watched the first 2 seasons right before this. So I'm right before this season. So
I remember one of the promo stuffs that Christina Ricci showed the scene, and one of my favorite scenes where she where Nat's about ready to snort cocaine, and she runs in and snorts it.
Yeah.
But she's like leaning over, and she's like, "You can see my belly. You can see my pregnant, my pregnant belly." And you can kind of see it because her jacket's open. That's really funny. But that's one of my favorite scenes.
I definitely didn't notice it.
That is, one of my very favorite scenes. She's always like Missy's always doing a lot more substances than she ever should. Somehow being fine.
Well, that's why they think she has a problem, right? They're giving her an intervention.
Definitely.
This was about the teen version. Lola said, I think it was on purpose, showing how they revert to their teen selves in the moments of trauma. And I think, I think that makes sense. And she adds, like, when Shauna killed Adam. They did show her that version.
That was brilliant.
That
was brilliant how they did that. I loved it. By the way, speaking of interviews, I would never like plug something like this because I think it's annoying, but we interviewed Jazzy interviewed the cast of Yellowjackets, and it's just such a like I just have to give her praise because she knocked it out of the goddamn park. So it's seriously like I couldn't believe her questions. Go check it out on our channel if you want to see it.
Listen to it. You guys are lucky you got to do the junket. That's really cool. Did you talk to everybody, didn't you? I remember I had like looked. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I remember looked through and we talked to everybody, right? I thought, that's really cool.
Everyone except for Sophie Nélisse and Steven Kruger, because they were doing a completely separate junket for some reason. I'm not sure why.
But they weren't there. You got everybody that was
there.
there.
We weren't scheduled to talk to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was very cool. I didn't sleep for like 3 days.
Oh, I totally get that. But yeah, I asked too late, so it's my fault. But hopefully next season. We know we got a next season, so that's always a good thing, right?
Is that confirmed now?
I thought it was, isn't it?
I was going to ask you
more than I do. I've been hearing people saying that there's supposed to be 5 seasons. I just assumed it was.
Yeah, I can't imagine they would dump it now.
Yeah, it's doing really well, so I couldn't do that either. But yeah, don't quote me on that. I am kind of assumed. So yeah.
I'm assuming that and Dexter is they're both the highest rated shows on Showtime.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they would dump either of those properties,
But I guess.
By the way, I am so jealous of you interviewing Jennifer Carpenter. Like,
oh, from Dexter. Yeah, thanks.
I just saw that. I'm like, oh my God, that's a dream. That's a dream interview for me.
That's cool. Yeah, she was one of the ones I requested. I used to watch the original Dexter back. I haven't watched the new one yet, though. I have to eventually watch the new ones. I'd like to, but yeah, she was.
Original Sin is great.
I know, that's what I've heard. A lot of people seem to like it. I just haven't. There's too many things on, too many screeners, too many things to watch.
I know.
It's not confirmed yet.
Yeah, that's why I said don't. You guys know much more about Yellowjackets than I do, so don't listen to things I say. Quan said it could have sworn they showed the adult Lottie first, and then Ty turned in, they turned back teenager. I didn't notice the adult Lottie, but I could have just missed it, or they could have just not wanted to pay her.
I really don't think that they did. But what I'm really confused about is when Shauna was in Lottie's bedroom and she was seeing those flashbacks of Lottie. One of the flashbacks did not look like Lottie.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Yeah,
it looks more like her when it's moving, but the still you showed did not look like her at all.
No, it didn't. It was so strange. And I went and watched because I thought maybe they screwed up and like put in her stand-in and would fix it when the episode aired. But then I went back and watched the episode and it was still the same.
Yeah, it looks like they did something to the video, like they made it elongated it or something.
Yeah, I think it was to show it was a flashback. Yeah, they did do something to the film, but they probably filmed it like separate from the season. So it could have even been like months and months later. Maybe she changed or got a haircut or something and it makes her look different. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. It was really strange.
Okay. Joe, I'm not sure if that's Joe or J.O., but J.O. says it's good when they make them turn into their younger selves. It always is.
Yeah. I love that.
As they were robbed of their, some of their formative teenage years and more when they got back.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm looking. I think most of the stuff in the chat are all about the stuff at the end of the episode. So I don't know if we want to go when we get back to them or just go through everything now. I'm fine with whatever. I'm just going to get confused on the order. So
yeah,
let's see.
I gotcha.
Justin says Coach Scott Bridge actually killed it. That hallucination was crazy.
Like every episode, there's something that blows my mind, like the talking llama.
Yeah,
this vision.
That's good gas. Whatever's in that cave.
Yeah, I know. She even mentioned, do you think this actually means anything that we're doing this? And then she's seen that. So at least it saved his life, I guess, on the plus side. Mm-hmm. On the minus side, he's suffering, but
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Justin says, I'm happy that Ben made it out of this episode, but I'm still not optimistic that he's making it through the season. Yeah. That reminds me, since we aren't going in order anyway, I might as well ask you guys, do you think there's a possibility that Misty put anything in that fish? Because they show a close-up of it again later when they're taking Ben away. And I kind of wondered if she put something in it either so he wouldn't suffer or maybe even something to help him get away. I don't know. She's Misty. She could have done anything.
I thought they were just showing it again because he didn't eat it. They were just showing that he was like, not interested in food.
Yeah, I was actually really
nice.
surprised. Sorry. I was actually really surprised she didn't bring some mushroom tea or something and that would like numb them. You know how they used to do with prisoners? They're facing a guillotine and stuff. They would like, somebody would sneak them something so they wouldn't have to feel the pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
you
don't know.
would think.
It's a great fish, though. I would eat it, even if I was
last meal. I guess she just made him a nice last meal.
Yeah.
I have a question to that. I have a question related to that. Is that why she wasn't picking cards? You know, picking the cards. I have written down. I have Nat is the 10 of diamonds, and Robin or Britt. I don't know which one is the 9 of clubs, and Lottie is the 5 of clubs. Travis is the ace of diamonds. Mari is the 3 of hearts. Van is the jack of diamonds or king. I wasn't completely sure. Shauna is the 9 of spades. Britt or Robin, I get them confused, is 3 of diamonds. Melissa is 2 of clubs. Akila is 8 of clubs. And Jen is ace of clubs. And you know, everyone knows Ty's the king of hearts. Misty is not there.
I have a comment on that.
Okay.
I did not pay attention to what cards they were picking, and hearing you read them off just now, that some of those characters pulled the same cards.
Yeah.
In the scene where they like did their first card draw for.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Ooh.
That's really interesting.
And maybe it was rigged. I wonder if they didn't have Misty pull though, because she like refused to kill him. I could see that being the case.
Or she pulled a card to fix the meal. Like they pulled cards before and she picked the last meal card, and that was her job.
Maybe, but why not mention it if it's the case? That's weird. They just left her out. I hadn't noticed it, but
I don't know. They've pulled a lot. They've edited out a lot of rules and stuff. And then he said also that you guys are talking about episode 6 missing.
Yeah.
From season 2, so it could have been in there somewhere.
Yeah, maybe
setting up the game.
Yeah, there have been a few episodes in this show where I felt like there was stuff missing. But, but I mean, we won't go into season 2 because that was just a hot mess. I mean, the adult timeline, the wilderness timeline was brilliant.
See, I always say I'm one of the part of the minority because I tend to like the adults better than the teens, and I know most people don't, but I like the comedy of the adults more.
I like them both. I don't have a problem with the adults most of the time.
I don't know. There's a lot of comedy. Sorry.
The adult timeline was my favorite in season 1, and season 2 I just thought it was awful. And but I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot this season.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of comedy between young Van and young Ty in this episode.
Yeah.
All the way through.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, for sure.
Despite the darkness.
I think it looks just like him.
What?
I think it looks just like him.
Yeah, exactly. I told that to my boyfriend. My boyfriend started laughing because I said, "Yeah, it's just basically a sad face."
Well, he isn't usually a happy guy on the show, to be fair.
Yeah,
well, it started out rather rough with the leg loss.
Yeah,
right.
That's a good point. Justin says, I think Akila and Lottie interpreted her vision wrong, and that what it really meant was that Ben is a symbolic bridge between the wilderness and society.
That's how I interpreted it.
I think they're closer than they think to civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because of that, and the goat that comes is more like a domestic goat than a wild goat. And I think maybe people are closer than they think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a possibility.
I mean, they've been out there for a minute and no one has found them.
Well,
the cabin was burning for 3 weeks or whatever. Yeah.
I always complain because I think they should go look again and try to go further, but I'm also the one that complains all the time and they need to take the car and go as far as they can and see what happens. So
yeah,
I will forever hold on to that.
Well, Laura Lee did take the plane as far as she could.
Yeah, she did. That's fair. She did. I just question though, if they need him so much, what if they need him to physically do something and now they screwed themselves? I mean, we know they can, but they don't know that. that would just be, I don't know, would be what they deserved, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm just laughing at the Justin Fields wrote a comment. It wouldn't be a proper Yellowjacket season if Shauna didn't get in a car accident.
Those are the breaks.
Oh, that's so true. I love it.
I don't know. I missed that one. I'm trying to pick someone to keep pricking. Justin's written a lot. While he stays alive, there are parts of the norms of society and can't fully give into the wilderness. Once he dies, that will be a thing that pushes them into the feral hunters we saw in the plot. I think that's a good point too, because they're like, well, I still think they crossed that line, but they're, I guess, sort of still close to the line.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I hear you.
let's see. That's okay. Lola says we should pay attention to the fact that they didn't kill Coach, but blood was spilled when they cut Achilles. Let's see what happens and if they were rewarded. Yeah, that was the odd thing when she cut the rabbit, like we saw the wind, like it was happy, but it didn't give them dark ties. So I don't know if it was really happy or not.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I don't know. Let me ask you guys, because I don't know how you feel about this, but Scarlett and I kind of talk back and forth about it a lot. I tend to think that there's really nothing supernatural in this show. I wish they would put more in that made me feel there was. And I enjoy that they want you to kind of decide for yourself. But I feel like everything can be explained for the most part.
Yeah. I'm leaning away from the supernatural.
Me too.
Yeah.
So I don't know, rewarded, like, I'm sure that they will find a way to make something mean that or not mean that, but I don't know that I believe that the wilderness is really.
I want it to be more like Turn of the Screw. That's completely ambiguous if it's in their heads or not. To the end.
Yeah, I kind of have this weird theory that that like the whole thing with Ben being their bridge home. It could be just, I don't know. I mean, it basically just about holding on to their civilization and them just, or holding on to their humanity and like, I don't know that everyone's going to want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, I was thinking about what we were talking about with the science and supernatural. Is if you keep it sciencey, the supernatural people are still going to say, "But this happened and this happened." But if you make it supernatural, then it's a supernatural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you keep it sciencey, the supernatural still have a little bit, for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
The what ifs.
Yeah. Yeah. So
oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just going to say that.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that I'm like, as far as the weird shit that's going on in the present timeline, Walter is shady as hell. Like, he is. I have this crazy theory that we're going to find out that pretty much every single bad thing that has happened to these characters on the show can be traced back to a male character. And that's not me like hating on the guys or anything, but I swear to God, it's not.
It's the Jeff sperm theory.
Yeah. Jeff's sperm is the big bad.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to argue against.
Yeah. Juan agrees he doesn't trust Walter. I don't see how. I at first felt kind of bad for him in this episode a little bit, like he's trying so hard to get her to like him again. But like he can't be that stupid. I mean, he's a smart guy. Like he can't really think that this is going to make her happy. And I'm glad in a way that she's not jumping to it. Like I sometimes feel bad for Misty because it's like she wanted a boyfriend for so long, wanted somebody. She finally got somebody who cares about her and she pushed him away. But I don't know. He's so creepy sometimes. I'm not sure that that's a bad thing.
He was Mistying her. She couldn't take it. He was treating her the way she treats everyone.
Or he's just he's gonna do what he said in season 2. He wanted Sherlock for his Moriarty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he is truly evil.
But the whole thing, we talked about this on our channel a bit. It's the thing that totally tipped me off about to him being completely sus is it started with the bar thing, because that bartender that we saw in this season, I recognized him right away. He looked familiar, and I was like, okay, yeah, I assume he was the bartender that we saw before, because that's the only bar they ever go to. And then I watched back season 2. He was not the bartender. He was the chop shop guy. And that story that Walter gave about him calling all of Misty's contacts, there's no way that happened. Because think about it, you find a phone, you're not just going to start calling random contacts in alphabetical order. You're going to look for like who they talk to last or the most, or like mom or dad or roommate or boyfriend or husband, or, that story made zero sense. And then he's talking about like that he's trying to like disparage her friendships. Walter is so sus. Yeah.
Stop air quoting my friendships.
No, he's, although I loved his license plate, not Walter.
I love that.
Well, he has like a follow car specifically for stalking people that says not Walter.
Not Walter, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna figure out who it is. I love him. He has a little he has that little cat with the hula cat.
As soon as I saw that, I knew it was Walter.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Hide anything.
Because Misty likes.
But you don't think Walter killed Lottie?
I don't know.
I don't think he did, but yeah.
No, it was Steve.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah,
I don't think Walter could be ruled out yet.
You don't think he had an accomplice?
Walter and Steve.
Yeah, but what do you think though? I had, this is what I was going back to before, because I'd started to ask, and then we didn't go into talking about it. Everybody seems very quick to believe Misty did it. And this is where I said before, she doesn't have good friends, but she's the only one that her and Walter that are even really trying to find out who killed her. So I don't think that's the case. But Van even blames Ty. I mean, they may care about each other and be friends in that, but they obviously still don't trust each other.
Yeah.
So I don't know. How did you feel about that they're blaming each other?
I mean, I also think it could be Ty.
I do too.
And I also think that Shauna was passing the buck in the one scene where they're all on the couch and she's pushing it towards Misty, so nobody blames her for it. It's perfect.
Yeah.
The perfect Shauna move.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm fixing my camera.
That's okay. That makes me think though it's not Misty, at least. If
I don't think it's Misty.
I don't think Misty.
Somewhat the smart one lately. Like usually she's crazy, but recently she's been saying things that are smart compared to them. So I don't know.
Can I throw out a theory that I have that might be totally unpopular because I haven't seen anybody throw this out yet. Walter. So Walter plucked that hair from Shauna's hat. There's got to be some payoff there, right?
Yeah.
So
Misty took that hair off of somewhere around there in Lottie's body.
Yeah.
Same hair.
I'm wondering what do you guys think about the idea of it maybe being Callie?
She's on my list too. That's my list.
It's not Steve's hair.
Yeah, I could think it'd be Callie, but I want an explanation of why it would be Callie, but I could see that.
Well, she tried to shoot her once.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. But Callie's kind of removed from a lot of this, which is I think like why we're not necessarily suspecting her all the time. But yeah, she took a hair off. That's what I was going to ask you. She took under her nails and she took a hair. So it wasn't Lottie's hair then. It was a piece of hair. That's what I was trying to understand because I wasn't sure what she was doing in that
stairway.
I didn't know if she was comparing nails to the scratches, or I couldn't tell. My TV wasn't clear enough.
You can kind of see a really quick sweep of Lottie's hand across those. It's kind of a blinking moment.
The little thing,
and it is her hand because she has that kind of what I would call the owl cave from Twin Peaks ring, but that like green stone ring on her finger. So it's definitely Lottie's hand she's imagining. So
yeah, I have to wonder why Lottie went down there though to begin with in that dark hallway that was no access.
It was interesting because I didn't know it was in the hotel. I thought she had walked someplace and somebody had taken her fur, but I guess not.
Yeah.
All set to see Joe McHale wearing a fur in the next episode. Somebody told me he was in the background of a hotel somewhere. I don't think he was in the background, was he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not. She's been looking for Joe McHale though in every episode, to be fair.
Of course.
Same.
I mean, I have a theory that Sean's going to be watching TV and Card Sharks is going to be on, and Joe McHale is going to be flip the card and it's going to be Queen of Hearts. That's my prediction.
It would be cool if they had some kind of weird fever dream of that, though.
Yeah.
That would work.
Or they flip them up and they're all Queen of Hearts.
Yeah.
Fire Lower than Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts.
Can I tell you who I would love to see Joel McHale playing? I would love to see that in the Yellowjackets universe. The soup has been brought back, and they're and Joel McHale is going to be like hosting. Joel McHale is going to be talking about some reality show or news show where they were like making fun of the Yellowjackets. That's what I would love to see.
Oh, so this
I'd be into that. Yeah.
Or like an adult. I was gonna say adult Melissa or something is in some reality show.
Yeah.
I have to think though, if they're putting Joel McHale on it, it's probably going to be more than just a little jokey thing. I hope, but yeah, it could be funny.
Yeah.
So yes, Quan, you're right. It's always who you don't expect. Chris said, I still think, I assume that's supposed to be Callie, is behind a lot of this. She never forgave the group for, oh, no, not Callie. Okay, wait, who's Allie then? She never forgave her ankle in the pilot. Remind me who Allie is. Who's Allie?
She's the girl who Ty like kicked in the pilot episode, and she had that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have to go in detail, right?
No, I know who you mean now. I just
She organized the reunion too. Yeah, the adult version of her.
Yeah.
That I still don't understand why she was at or organized.
Yeah, especially after that, you think she wouldn't want to see them.
So weird.
She wants to.
I saw a funny tweet today where somebody suggested that Callie's full name is Caligula.
Nice.
That would be great. Yeah, she's like, that's right. She does make that line too. I don't know why I ever let you touch Caligula or whatever she says. That's funny. Quan, this is back what we were saying before. Quan says, I think mostly everything on the show is supernatural from the writing style. Is that very soap opera supernatural, not real, but it's not what I think of Yellowjackets soap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of people are I think most of the people in the supernatural camp aren't really straying from that. I'm just I don't know. Like I think ever since the season 2 finale, I think the season 2 finale put me from like in between to firmly in the logical camp.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying I wish there was supernatural, but I just don't see it. I see a lot of mental health issues, but I don't see really supernatural.
Definitely.
And now I lost which one. Joseph, the wilderness baby, killed Lottie. Let's see.
I can see that.
Samuel says Walter seems like he just wants to uncover the true story of the Yellowjackets to me. He could be still interested in the whole rest of the backstory, yeah. But I don't know. He's still suspicious.
Yeah, I think Walter and Adam and the bartender / chop shop guy are all connected somehow.
that makes sense. It makes sense, honestly.
Yeah, I
can see
wish the Adam thing would come up, but I don't know if it's going to. But I wish it would. And I liked Joe McHale to be Adam's brother, who wrote that coffee table book, Anus.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That would,
I just imagine him at a book signing with just a bunch of copies of Anus.
Yeah.
Like Shauna comes up or something, he's just signing them. Who do you want me to sign this to?
I have read that book. I have read that book. I had it sitting on my desk at work.
I didn't realize it was real.
It's a medical textbook.
Okay.
It's a medical textbook, and I was a medical editor for medical board exams, and I once had to spend. So I basically I edited. The doctors would write the questions for the board exams, and I would edit them to meet certain the right style and make sure that they were balanced across the test and everything. I once spent an entire afternoon editing test questions about nothing but recreational anal injuries.
What a relaxing afternoon.
Yeah. And pictures were involved.
Do you have a favorite one?
No, there's only one photo that is forever burned in my mind. And it's when I was in a conference with a bunch of OBGYN doctors, and I was moderating it. We were putting the test questions on the overhead. We were putting the test questions on the projector, and one of them had a photo. So we looked at it, and it was a gynecological exam, and we're all looking at the picture, and it looked fairly standard. And then all of a sudden, one of the doctors just gasps in horror and exclaimed, "Why is that doctor not wearing gloves?"
That's rough.
And then the whole room just started freaking out after that.
He really likes his job.
Yeah. Yeah, that image is forever burned in my head.
Yeah. Let's see. This is about Travis and Aquila. Gotta say, Travis Aquila scene where he reassures her he'll get to her as soon as she passes out makes Travis's death a lot sadder in hindsight. Well, he kept up his promise there, unlike Lottie with Travis, that it didn't work out so well. At least he got her.
Yeah.
I don't like that whole storyline at all. Oh, I'm
Travis
frozen.
Knew Lottie wouldn't stop the lift as soon as he passed out if it meant she might see what the wilderness had to say. It's a good point if she was scared of it.
Yeah.
Whoops. There you go. I was going to say we lost her there for a second.
Yeah, so I was going to ask her what she would like a flyline.
I'm going to reboot my camera. I'll be right back. I'll still be here, but I got to restart my camera.
Oh, okay. Be the voice in the ether. Wrong show. Sorry. Not ether product.
I still don't trust Lottie's story about Travis's death.
About Travis, yeah.
Yeah. I still don't think it's accurate.
It's not legit.
Yeah. I also want to know why Travis, not Travis. I also want to know why why Travis emptied his bank account before he died, why Jeff was demanding $50,000 in blackmail money, and then Lottie withdrew $50,000 from her bank account. What is up with what is up with this? It's very strange.
Yeah,
it is.
I think doesn't Jeff think Ty had that money when he was blackmailing? That's what he was going for.
That's what he assumed. He thought that maybe Ty or Natalie.
Yeah. I would just hope that,
and he kept Natalie's money
enough to do it again. That at least if it is somebody, it isn't him doing it again. I would hope he wouldn't be that down.
Yeah.
But,
Sheila says that we also know that Travis drank Lottie's whiskey before he died.
I don't think that was Lottie's whiskey. If I remember correctly, it was Jessica Roberts. Yeah, she said she brought him some expensive whiskey.
Mm-hmm. I miss her.
Yeah.
I was a Jessica Roberts fan. I thought her and Misty played well off of each other.
That didn't wrap up the way that I wanted it to.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm hoping the whole.
I don't know. I feel though, like if I was interacting with Misty, I would never voluntarily take any food or anything like that she gave me or any cigarettes.
Oh, God, no.
I'll go get my own, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. She banked on the fact she'd take it. Juan says, I think Walter is somewhere related to either somebody in the cabin or somebody else, or why would he do this exactly? He was there at the time. Is the cabin? I don't know. That looks like that was some auto-correcting there. I'm not sure. It could be related to somebody in the cabin. I assume he means like cabin daddy or somebody.
I'm really curious about cabin daughter. Because she exists. He did have a daughter.
Yeah.
So what happened to her?
I mean, do we actually know that as an audience, though?
Not as an audience, but
will we ever get that information ever in any form?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they basically, I don't think Showtime would have released that script though, mentioning the Cabin family if they didn't consider it canon. You know what I mean?
Now, was this for the episode supposedly we were getting? I don't know enough about this to know what you're talking about. So
they lost episode like 6, what I think was supposed to be 6 in season 2. And they released the original script for episode 7, which included references to things from episode 6. And some of those were like Van Fine's Cabin Wife's manuscript. And it's so I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't have released it if they didn't consider it canon, especially with I assume that they're still gonna come out with that bonus episode probably after season 3.
I hope so. I've been waiting for it.
Yeah, seriously.
I'd like to see more about that stuff. This is about Melissa. There has never been mention of Melissa by any of the surviving adult Yellowjackets. Why is everyone so sure she survived? Personally, I just think that it's implying she's the one that's following Shauna, but it doesn't say that. I mean, I think that's just an assumption.
Yeah, the show really heavily hinted at it.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's correct, who knows? But I mean, the show was definitely going out of their way to hint that it was Melissa with the back and forth.
Which means we could be completely wrong.
Yeah. It doesn't. I mean, could just be the show messing with us, you know?
Yeah, it definitely could be.
But that's definitely what they were hinting at.
Yeah, and Jason says also speculation because Teen Melissa is getting more airtime. And there's speculation on Hillary Swank. I think everybody knows that.
There's, I think the one telling thing with Hillary Swank is that I only found this out recently, but I guess I found this out after I found out that she was going to be in the show. I didn't realize that she had been seen wearing blue contacts. So that was kind of like, so I think that's a big thing on why people had started assuming that she was going to be Melissa. I mean, when I read that, I was like, oh yeah,
she has blue contacts in the trailer, doesn't she?
Oh, does she?
They do the close up on her face, and she's like, "You're all crazy" or whatever.
I didn't even notice it,
but I'm pretty sure she has some blue contacts in the trailer.
Gotcha.
And the one close up of her face there is.
Yeah.
Okay. There's already a couple people in the cast that wear contacts, so that's not surprising.
Yeah.
Tawny and young Shauna.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting that they made any of the younger ones wear contacts, though. You would think they would just make the older ones match it rather than giving them.
Well, like with I mean with Shauna, it's easier to cover up. It's easier to make blue eyes brown than to make brown eyes blue. So that's kind of why they did it there. And same with, because Tawny Cypress has green eyes, and so they, it just made sense for them to have her.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I guess that's true. And it's not like they're little kids. If they were little kids, I would maybe say, why would they do that? But they're not little kids. They can wear contacts. So
I'm so disappointed. I was so disappointed to find out when like Tony's eyes go red. That's just the contacts and not some kind of subtext.
Yeah.
Yeah. Contact irritation. So Eva asked, has it been confirmed that 8 survivors were rescued? I hadn't heard that. I don't know. Have you guys heard that?
I think people are basing that on the fact that there were 8 people on the Cannibal Council. But do we think that there's a possibility that maybe not all of the survivors were in that scene? You know what I mean? Like, somebody could have been really hurt.
Yeah, a little group of them off to the side that don't agree with them.
Yeah, I mean, there could be there could be like the whole warring tribes thing. There could be. I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
They find Cabin Daughter and they're on her side.
They're 8 on the tarmac, though.
Oh,
I did not count these things. So
there were 7. I don't remember now.
Huh.
Yeah, there could be other people on the plane, though. I mean, it's the numbers are all,
Yeah,
they could fiddle with that number, the showrunners.
Yeah, it could change things. Let's see. So why do we think? I'm just now looking at some of my notes to see if there's anything that I want to talk about. Why do we think that Lottie didn't have her phone with her? And I mean, maybe that's not important, but Misty, made it important. Oh no, wait, that's right. She found it later. Okay, forget I said that. I forgot she found it in her coat later. That was a dumb statement. Never mind.
Was it in her coat? Because I thought it was just in her bedroom.
No, it was in her bedroom.
Like under the mattress or something?
No, the receipt was in her coat. Okay,
yeah.
The receipt was in her coat.
Like, was it under the mattress, though?
I think it was just in the blankets because Walter found it first.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's interesting, though? Maybe Walter put it there, though. Like we're saying, Walter says he could have put it there just for Misty, which I hadn't thought about.
Another suspicion point for Walter.
Yeah, I know, right? So what about Travis's drawing? I know on the show before we've said that we think maybe it's not really even from that it could be, it looks kind of like Pit Girl. I don't know. What do you think about that drawing because they said because it really doesn't show how they kill or don't kill Ben at all, in my opinion.
No.
It doesn't really show that.
I figured it out, but I can't tell you.
I haven't figured it out.
I know. I've been meaning to tell you because you've seen the episode, but I figured out what it means, but I can't tell you guys.
Right. So we probably should know what it means.
I feel like I feel like Sammy had a drawing that was very similar to that, and I keep forgetting to go back to look for it. But oh, wait. I think I just found it. Hang on, I'm going to bring this up. And
I was going to say, can you screen share? I don't know if you can.
Yeah, no, I can screen share. I've got the screen share option.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let me see here. I'm trying to. Okay. All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, it's not totally the same, but it's 3 very creepy looking people in masks standing over a bed, which is kind of interesting. Let me here. Present. Share screen. Okay.
I was gonna say, I
All
guess
right.
I think
You
I'll
want
have
to?
to add it. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, that one on the
Oh, that is
side
creepy.
there. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to minimize.
It's okay.
Minimize it. Damn it, sorry.
That's okay. You're good.
But yeah, I mean, you guys can see it well enough there.
Yeah.
It's,
definitely
What's
creepy.
the middle drawing? Issa and Van?
That's what I was wondering. And I was like, I was wondering if Sammy would recognize her.
Van, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, and the picture on the left is confirmation that Yellowjackets and From are in the same universe. But yeah,
Makes sense.
So it's not totally the same, but it's very reminiscent of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a hospital bed or a bed. It makes me think maybe that could be Van dying, but I don't know. That's what that makes me think of. I don't know that that's even relevant, but that's what it makes me think of.
Or maybe it's three of the man with no eyes.
Yeah, there's that too. You know, why did they show, and I'd have to look for I don't know if I can find it while I'm talking, but I did want to ask him. I said, we talk about this episode has the King of Hearts. One of the other episodes, when we had a screen capture, it showed the King of Hearts. I think that it was with that drawing, I thought, from what I'm remembering. But because I remember at the time, it made me think that Travis was going to get the King of Hearts.
Travis drew the King of Hearts in when they did their drawing to find out who was going to be dinner.
Okay, but this was after, though, I think. Like, it was just like a background shot. Gotcha. I'm probably not going to remember which episode it was to even find it, though. I was going to see if I saw it really quick. Because it makes me wonder, because I think it was with the drawing. I really do. And because I said something to Scarlett about it at the time, but I don't remember. Let's see. I'll probably never find it. I'm going to look really quick and see if I do, but I probably won't. Just keep talking while I'm looking and ignore me.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I was surprised that like when you were Scarlett, when you were saying that that who pulled what cards, and like my ears immediately perked up when you said that Van pulled that Jack card, because that's exactly what they pulled.
Yeah.
In this and I remember them saying that like they wanted them to pull very specific cards. So those cards are supposed to mean something.
I found what I was looking for, and I don't know why it made me think Travis, other than it was his drawing. But let me show you what I'm talking about here. All right. Let's see. It's when Lottie's holding the drawing.
Oh.
And this was from the other episode. It wasn't from this one.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
I don't know if that has any meaning whatsoever, but
it does.
It out to be at the time. It does.
Yeah.
I don't know. That also makes me, I wanted to ask you guys, and this is where I haven't rewatched Yellowjackets enough. I'm probably just misremembering something. But in this episode, when Shauna is talking to Lottie's father, and it shows her as the Antler Queen, did that happen, or was that, because I know she was sort of like their leader at the beginning, but I don't remember her ever being dressed like that. But maybe I'm not remembering.
It was Doomcoming. But yeah, so she was dressed like that at Doomcoming, but that did not look anything like Lottie. Like, she had the scar on her face and everything, but that totally looked like a stand-in. It was so weird. It just did not look like her to me.
With when she had the outfit on, no, it didn't. You're right. Now I know what you were talking about before. I agree with that.
Yeah, it was really weird. I can bring up the photo if you want me to.
Yeah, go for it.
I have it handy. I I mean, I guess it kind of does a little bit, but I don't know. She looks so different in this picture, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It might be that they filmed it like way later though too.
Okay, it's up there.
Yeah, that doesn't look like her.
Yeah,
right.
like that does not look like her face. I mean, I see the scar and everything, but
I think that's a stand-in.
yeah,
But they just like forgot to edit it correctly or something. Like,
Or
yeah,
they
that
didn't
doesn't look like Courtney Eaton at all.
notice.
no,
Yeah.
it really doesn't. And that girl looks like she has a little bit of a chin cleft. Does Courtney Eaton have a chin cleft?
No.
I mean, it's very slight, but it kind of
Yeah.
looks like she has a chin cleft, unless it's just the light. Yeah, that's really strange. I don't understand that.
I
I
don't
think that's
know.
a production error.
It
Yeah.
might be.
I think his cabin daughter is the true antler queen.
The other thing I was going to say is, you notice how in the one scene when Van is talking to Ty, Van is upset over Lottie. Ty is just talking about food. She's not very affected at all about it. But do you think that there's a possibility? I was just thinking about it, and for whatever reason, I don't know, it popped into my head. But is there a possibility that maybe Lottie died and it was to save Van because they didn't kill the guy that they were going after in the other episode? Like maybe I'm not necessarily saying that Ty did it. I'm just saying that I just wondered if maybe that could be for Van to save her, or could have that outcome. I don't know.
I mean, if Ty's the one who killed Lottie, that'd be why she did it.
Yeah.
If Ty.
Yeah.
And Ty's going to deny, and Ty's going to deny it because she literally like would have no memory of it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I also want to bring up that the scene. And by the way, I have to say I am so disappointed. My favorite relationship in season 1 was adult Ty and Shauna, or just Ty and Shauna in general. Like they're, I mean, they brought out sides of each other as adults that we didn't see in the other characters, and I just thought they had a really beautiful relationship. And I'm so sorry, I'm so sad that kind of fell by the wayside. But my ADHD is going now. I totally forgot where I was going.
Shauna and Ty.
Oh yeah, other Ty. So yeah, I mean, other Ty. If other Ty killed Lottie, I mean, she doesn't even remember. So, you know, it's not like she would have any clue or be able to give any tells or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd have to lie. I lost what I was gonna say.
Who do you think put the candles in the stairwell? You think Lottie lit them up or someone else?
Huh.
That's a good question.
Ty. That
was Steve.
Yeah, with Steve. Yeah, Ty and
They're
Steve
working together.
It was Mason, Kevin's son. He's getting revenge for his dad dying.
There's a twist.
But no, like the candles make sense for it to be Ty.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, it reminds me of Lottie's vision and Travis's way of going too, because he had all those candles out.
Oh yeah, I forgot about all the candles when Travis died.
If Lottie wasn't trying to do a Travis and also failed.
Yeah. What do you guys think there's any possibility that maybe Travis, maybe Thaisa would have killed Travis and Lottie was there and was covering for her?
Ooh.
Crazy.
I hadn't thought of that, but I kind of like it.
I hope not, but that would still be very cool.
That would be interesting. I was going to say, Sheila asked why we think Ben's the bridge. Do we have any theories on that? You can't say like you can't say no.
You can't say a lot.
I don't know. I kind of think maybe it's what you were sort of talking about earlier, though. That does he represent their innocence? Because if they don't kill him or do kill him, that maybe like they once they cross that point of no return, they're not the same when they come back. If it's more like a metaphorical.
Each of the major deaths has represented, you know, like Laura Lee was like the loss of like, you know, religion and like purity and morals kind of, and Jackie was like the loss of order, and with Coach Ben dying is going to be like the last of their connection to society. Like that's going to be the last thing that's holding them back from being fully feral. So
yeah.
I mean, we see where it ends up right before they get rescued. So
Yeah.
They're not in Shangri-La much longer.
No.
I don't know. I know you had a problem with somebody coming in your stream that wasn't so nice once. We had somebody dropping porn before. Do you know who this? I don't know if you can see or remember.
Oh, M. Cara. Yeah, okay. we know. We know M. Cara.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. We don't want people posting porn. Let me get you a link. Give me 1 second. I'll get her a link.
Yeah, we know M. Cara. She won't drop.
Don't answer the door porn for anyone with a German Shepherd.
Okay.
Yes. If they have a German Shepherd, no.
There you go. There's the link. Quan says, I think the bridge, because he's a bridge between the thing in the woods, it's going to make them a killer, or the thing in the woods, it's going to make them be rescued. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess it depends whether or not you think it's a supernatural thing.
Yeah. I keep going back and forth on it. I also kind of think that I also kind of feel like it's Akilah, that there's a reason Akilah had that vision, because she's going to interpret it
in a different
more
way.
innocently, you know, like, because she's the most gentle out of all of them there. So she's gonna interpret that vision a little bit differently than somebody else might. So yeah, so I think that's important that it was her that had that vision.
I was reading what else Quan said. The power in the woods technically takes life, and I think they make some deaths happen just to make sure of that. I guess they mean to appease the wilderness.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure by that comment, but I think that's what that means.
Yeah. It's yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like, I kind of feel like the wilderness is this boogeyman that they've created.
Yeah.
In their heads. And they've managed to, I think they've managed to just like make things into something that they're not.
Shauna says that in season 2. She says
exactly.
It's just us. Like, you guys know it's just us.
Yeah.
Well, but they have to. I think they also want an excuse when they do something bad to blame.
Yeah.
And then they don't have to feel as guilty. If there's
absolutely.
That.
Yeah.
Let's see. M. Clara says, "Do you like Coach Ben now, Kelly, or are you still on Team Ben Barbecue?"
I'm never leaving Team Ben Barbecue ever.
Oh,
but he kind of convinced me though.
I like Ben.
He kind of convinced me. I have a whole host of reasons that I've not liked Ben since season 1, episode 2. But it's nothing like it's nothing. I won't get too into it, but Steven Kruger was miscast in the role. He's done a great job with it. He's done a great job. I think Steven Kruger's been brilliant in the role. But I've been gunning for him since
Dreamcasting. Who would you rather see in that role?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think it's
don't
going to
know.
be Will McHale, Scarlett.
But an
I wonder
amputee.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say, I wonder if you have to put the link in your chat because I posted it and she's not seeing it. So you
Oh.
might have to put it in yours.
Oh, maybe. Okay, let me.
I didn't think about it. She's connected to yours, not mine. So
I don't know if I can. Can I? Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess I. Yeah, I can. Okay, here it is. I'll just copy it.
use the same one I gave you. It should.
Yeah, no, I don't know who I would cast in the role, but I would definitely cast. I would definitely cast an amputee.
Yeah.
And that's really my only reason for not liking Coach Ben, to be honest. Like, I think he's an interesting character. I just it upsets me.
Yeah.
It just upsets me to see a non-disabled person playing an amputee, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fair.
Yeah. And I honestly don't even fault Steven Kruger for that, because like people, it's just not something that people think of, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't.
And for all we know, he may have not even been supposed to lose his leg originally, and they just decided, you know,
script change or
yeah. So I don't fault Steven Kruger for that at all. I think he's done a great job playing Coach Ben. It's just something that bothers me to see. So that's why I will always be on Team Ben McHugh. And I've also always like felt that he needed to die in order for shit just to go completely back.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Start the avalanche.
Yeah. But yeah, he kind of convinced me. And like but I mean, I'm also kind of soft and kind of a bad judge of character. So like I can be convinced a little too easily sometimes.
That's okay. I was gonna say I'll skip her other comments because they're okay. Because I was gonna say she's coming, so she can ask it herself. There we go. Whoops, to go. Yeah, it worked. So welcome,
Cream Antler Queen.
Hey.
What's up, Rachel?
Hey guys.
How you liking the season so far?
Yeah, I really liked the trial episode. That was good. This episode was good too. Like, it was interesting to see Misty trying to kind of, well, I mean, she's pretty good at coming up with excuses, but being all like, oh, you know, not Missy, Lottie told me there might be a package, and like how she put her hand in the jacket pocket and all that. It's like she's really good at, I feel like, being subtle in some ways, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like making herself seem like, oh, I'm harmless, I'm innocent,
Like
I'm not
Elsie.
going to do anything.
but she's
I think part of it has to do with her being petite too. People see her and they're thinking, I can take her. She won't get me. And it's like, you might want to think twice about that. She might stab you in the back or something, or drug you like she did with Coach Ben.
Yeah, never.
Or Jessica Roberts.
Threats from her.
Missy do love to drug people. It's like her favorite.
What else is she gonna do with? She's like, you know, like Rachel said, she's really tiny. I mean, it's the best way to get one up on him. You know,
she'll crotch your burn.
Yeah, she will crotch your burn. That's for sure. I've lit dicks on fire.
Yeah, and then how she poured the alcohol on those guys. She's lucky she didn't get arrested or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I think we kind of all wanted her to see her lighted as much. I mean, we did, but we didn't. You know, she probably would have been arrested. So.
And like with Walter, I wonder if that was true with the whole phone thing. I feel like other people said, it was probably just he picked the last person who called her or whatever and called. I doubt he went through every contact.
Yeah, there's no way.
That would just be weird.
Yeah.
I have like 90 contacts in my phone. Like, there's no way someone would. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, who knows? Maybe she doesn't have that many. Maybe she only has like 15.
Like,
Misty doesn't have tons of friends, but I feel like Misty's also the person who would put everybody and their neighbor in her phone to make it look like she had more friends. So I don't. Yeah. That would have been way too many. They would have called the cops eventually or something. But he wants her to be dependent on him. I mean, I think that's the big.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that nobody ever gets a hold of my phone and starts going. There are people that hate me in my contacts. There are there's celebrities and their agents in my contacts.
Yeah,
I
I also connected Facebook to my contacts when it asked me, and I don't know why I did. So I have a whole bunch of people. I don't even know who the hell they are.
Yeah, they're
Kelly, who's the big celebrity you got on the phone there?
Right.
Who's the biggest celebrity you have on your phone? You can give initials if you want.
Oh, it's nobody major. It's mostly agents.
But you just said you had celebrities on your phone.
Minor. I'm talking minor celebrities. I don't even honestly. One of them got married, and I don't even remember her last name now off the top of my head. I think it's B, so MB. That's all I'll say. But Jazz, they're definitely calling Adam Scott.
I have a good collection of celebrity phone numbers.
Yeah. Adam Scott's gonna have to rescue you from a bar.
He come pick me up. I think Adam would come pick me up from a bar. He's a nice guy.
Yeah. And then when do you guys think we're gonna see Hilary Swank? I heard some people say that she might just be in the last episode. They might be dragging it out till the end.
It's toward the end.
I kind of assumed that they probably gave you enough screeners to see her, but I didn't know.
Yeah. And then was Joel McHale in one of the episodes? Because I just don't remember seeing him at all in any of the episodes.
Not yet. He hasn't
I didn't think he was in one because I saw some people talking about it. I was like, which episode are you talking about? I did not see him at all. I'm like, I was so confused because I think some people said he was in the scene with the card and all that. So I was like, I would have known if I saw him in that area near the card or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like he's easily recognizable. So
yeah. No,
and he's got the humor and everything too. So I feel like if I heard him talking or saw his part of his face, I would know it's him. Unless his character has been through something traumatic and he has prosthetics and fake scars like a Van, then okay, maybe not then. But if he just looks like himself, then yeah, I think I'll recognize him.
Yeah. Oh no, you will. I will say that much. He's definitely completely recognizable. He comes on before Hilary Swank. I'll say that much.
I figured.
Yeah. And then
they want to keep it swanky till the end. They want to be like, here she is. I just wonder, in her scene, who she's talking to.
I assume Shauna because in the trailer
she looks scared.
in the trailer we saw Shauna's minivan, right?
Yeah. Because her character looked kind of bloody. I don't want to say she looked like she got shot in the arm because I'm not sure, but it kind of did also look like that at the same time. So if that happened, then it's like, whoa, who is this person just guns a-blazing, going crazy? I don't know.
No, I think Shauna is going to be chasing her down because it looked in the trailer like it was Shauna's minivan. Where
I feel like it could be Misty too, because Misty will do anything. I feel like.
Yeah,
but Shauna didn't have that love connection with adult Melissa. Hilary Swank is adult Melissa.
Yes, I've seen a lot of people say that about her being adult Melissa. It's plausible. Do we know the exact number of people who survived or no?
I don't think we know for sure. I think that was
it's speculative. Guys, I am so sorry to go off topic. A thought just popped into my head and I just have to get it out before I forget. So I realized that in season in seasons 1 and 2. Like Natalie didn't like to let other people drive. But it just occurred to me that when they went to confront the blackmailer, when they went to go after Jeff, Natalie wasn't the only one driving Ty's car. Shauna was driving. Which makes me curious about, like, were we seeing Issa like a lot more throughout the entire series? Like, why did we not? I think the only time we've seen Issa driving is when
the car with the moon.
Had the crash. Yeah.
Yeah.
And is there going to be something later on that redefines this, that it's Issa most of the time, or certain scenes?
I feel like I need to watch all of Ty's scenes now.
Well, you watch it and you're like, oh.
I feel like when Ty it comes back from being Issa, she has experienced like loss of time, and you know, she like, you know, she's like, or sleepwalking or whatever. Like, she's not. It's not like a clean transition back and forth. So like, if they've been switching back and forth, Ty is aware. I don't think we've seen Ty since the season 2 finale. Like, there's a moment where they decide they're going to hunt Shauna, that you see Issa take over, and then I don't think she's let go of her since then. I think it's just been Issa the whole time.
Yeah,
and that's just my personal theory.
I go back and rewatch this and think of the stuff, because I had never even, I don't know, had never thought about the fact that she could be Issa when we don't know it, and now I feel stupid for not thinking. We have somebody else who's trying to call in that I don't know if they're a legit person trying to get through. That now just says 555555 is their username. And they don't know
that person. Put anything in the chat?
Yeah, if you're the one trying to get in to our StreamYard, please put something in the chat that we know who you are, that you've been interacting with us, so we don't, because we're just a little worried of not putting people through that might be posting.
Or if you're active in any Discord, let us know.
Yeah, or if you're in Discord, just send us a note so we know it's who you are.
Yeah, or give us a social media. Give us a social media handle or something. Yeah, we both had bad experience.
Yes.
Yeah, and the thing that makes it confusing too is because a lot of times their YouTube usernames aren't the same as what they're pulling through on StreamYard, so you can't tell it's the same person. That makes it more confusing. So yeah, just drop a note in the chat if you're trying to get through. Sorry, go ahead. I think I cut somebody off. I wasn't meaning to. I just wanted to.
I don't know. I forgot what I was gonna say now, so I'll say something else. What did you guys think of the whole thing with Lottie's dad, like seeing Shauna and seeing her seeing her as Teen Lottie?
I loved that scene.
Yeah.
I thought it was really nice.
Did too. It was so sad to see, like, to see Shauna be so compassionate with him, because it just made you think, like, what would she have been like if all that stuff didn't happen to her?
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like she has the potential to be like a good person, but she just, I don't know. I feel like because she hasn't really dealt with the trauma and what she's been through, and has just tried to like push it and like suppress it. It's just, I think it's messing with her like judgment and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And I think she definitely is like very defensive and is like quick to justify why she did what she did. And I mean, she's still basically using the wilderness as an excuse now. Basically being like, oh, I went through, this thing, and like I'm traumatized, I'm whatever.
Yeah.
And like I get that, but at some point you have to try to, I think, deal with it and not just try to like shove it away.
Yeah. What's interesting to me though, and I don't know if it's just like, I don't know, maybe it's just how Melanie Linsky comes across, but adult Shauna has so many humorous moments. And
it's her way of coping. Dark
yeah.
humor.
But I mean, I don't see any of that with Teen Shauna. And you would think that we would see a little bit. You know what I mean?
She had to get out of the woods to develop that sense of humor.
Yeah,
I thought her saying, "Don't tell me you have a personality" was pretty funny.
Yeah,
she's just learning it. She's just getting
Yeah.
there slowly.
And then didn't she say something about Misty living in a cave or something? Like she said that to adult Misty, something about like I should send this to your cave or whatever.
Oh, send it to the mountain where you lay your eggs.
Yeah, I was close.
You know, I kind of wonder why when Shauna so bad wanted to kill Coach, but nobody else did. Like, why not just, as long as she wasn't going to torture him, why they didn't just let her do it? Because the other people clearly didn't want to do it. It's interesting that they decided to go through with pulling the cards instead of just letting her shoot them.
Yeah.
I think his like testimony, if you want to call it that, I think kind of like I don't want to say it broke something in them, but I think it made them realize that like, oh, he like has actually done things for them and he's not the, big bad evil person they thought he is. Like, yeah, he's definitely made mistakes, but it's like he basically taught them how to hunt and shoot and everything. And like I don't think he's as useless as some people say he is.
Yeah.
Like he's not the leader, top dog, but it's also like he's disabled now, so he's not going to be able to do things as well as everyone else. But at the same time, like he is adapting because like he's been able to make his own like crutches basically and get around. And he was living in that cage. He had the cave, and he had like traps set up. So he's not 100% some like man in distress or whatever.
Yeah, no, he's adapted really well. I want to say, just because I've seen some of the discourse online, and people were saying like that Ben, people were kind of defending Ben for not stepping in to help Shauna. Like, he was disabled and didn't like, and was scared of the girls, but he still, the fact remains, he still was the only adult.
Yes. Thank you. That is my point.
Yeah,
that has been my point the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, even if he doesn't have any knowledge to provide her medical help, he just sit there and hold her hand.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
She's a fucking kid going through like one of the most painful things you can experience.
Yeah.
And like he abandoned her. Like, I feel like her anger towards him is very justified.
Yeah.
You could go boil water at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something simple.
Tap her forehead, homie. Just give her some reassuring words.
At that time, while she was having the baby, though?
Sorry, what?
Was he hallucinating while she was having the baby, though? Because he was still talking to his boyfriend at that time, wasn't he?
I think he was,
Yeah.
Not that that's an excuse, other than I'm wondering if he was aware completely of what was going on. But I think he was aware enough he could have helped somewhat.
He just seemed in and out of it. And he also looked like he was going to pass out or throw up. He looked so terrified. Like, I don't think it's good that he left, but at the same time, I get it. Because, like, say he did try to help. Like, say he did the boiling water, and then he tried to bring it, and then he, like, tripped because of the crutches or something, and then it gets all over Shauna. And she's like,
Oh, my God.
And she's
like, maybe not carrying the boiling water. So, like, part of me gets it. Like, what if he did try to help and it made it worse?
Yeah.
Or, like, if he had, like, passed out or something. Yeah, imagine if that's what happened, if he did get like the boiling water and then he like, I don't know, if there was some kind of crack or creak in the wood, like a chip missing, and then like his crutches or whatever gets stuck and then it like spills all over Shauna, she would have lost it.
Yeah.
She would have wanted to kill him right then and there.
I kind of feel though, like if it was a fear, then he should have said after, this is why I didn't. He never tried even after to.
Yeah, I definitely think he was afraid, and he looked sick. He like I said, he looked like he was going to throw up or pass out. So
The cornerstone of his character is cowardice. Like,
for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, I still like. I honestly don't know if I'm more mad at him for that or for asking Misty to push him off the cliff.
Yeah,
because
that was low. That's cowardly.
That pissed me off too. Like, really, you can't do it yourself. You're going to ask this teenage girl to do it for you and then be traumatized.
Who loves you?
Yeah, remember how in the episode with the trial, she's all like, my first boyfriend.
Oh,
and
God.
my first amputation.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
It's like, girl, he was never your boyfriend. He never would be your boyfriend.
But he was her first amputation.
Okay, but also, here's another thing. Like, he talks about Misty chopping off his leg. Like, she did something terrible to him.
Like, she did it to hurt him. Yeah.
Yeah, like, she didn't have a choice. So.
Yeah, he would have died. He would have died there. And it's so unlikely he would have survived that in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, just with infection and, whatever else. Like,
technically he shouldn't have survived, but they were like, we need one gay guy in this show, so he's going to have to stay, I guess.
I don't know. But yeah, I just wish, I honestly wish they had never cut off his leg. I almost feel, I don't know. I almost feel like they they kind of wimped out with it. Like they almost cut off his leg to make it more realistic for him to like kind of
not help
her to the girls and become cowardly. But I think it would have been a lot more interesting if he had been that way without losing a leg, still being fully able-bodied. I don't know.
Yeah, then we wouldn't be giving him excuses too.
Yeah.
100 Days X says, I just think his reaction is due to it being a traumatic experience, the plane crash and having his leg amputated. It's possible, but that's why I said, like, if he was traumatized, like, why didn't he say after to Shauna, I can't stand blood, or it was freaking me out, or like at least said something of the fact that he didn't help, not just like it's months later and he's not even mentioned it, is I think to me is the problem.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not saying Shauna would forgive him if he, kind of pled his case, but I think she'd be maybe a little more understanding, like, okay, like, you weren't well enough at the time, you were sick, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Misty had a full-on panic attack and almost passed out, and she was still willing, like, she was still trying to get herself together to help her.
Yeah.
Well, we know why, because of Crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember how she mentioned Crystal on the show? I was like, girl, no. Crystal is gone.
Yeah.
I like how she threw Crystal in there. No, maybe Crystal burned down the cabin. We don't know. Like, okay.
Yeah.
She isn't real. Yeah.
I know an animal likely pulled Crystal's body away, but I'm still in denial, and I insist that she's out there.
I want to see what it is. We have Quan calling in. Let me bring.
All right. That was a party.
A chance to say something. Yeah. Now we have 6 people. Thanks for. Whoops! I see spinning. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, Quan, are you there?
Hello.
There's something in.
But it looks like it's buffering because I saw.
Yeah, it looks like it's not. Okay. We'll leave it buffer for a few minutes and see.
Okay.
He said he was testing something out, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't understand what they were testing, but give them a chance to try to get in. So, there it's buffering again. Yeah, it looks like it's not working so well. Well, wait, go ahead.
Oh man.
And then also, like, do you guys think Ben could die because of them basically cutting off part of his other leg?
I think he's going to get rabies from all the bats he ate, and they're going to have to put him down.
Yes, I just wanted to say.
The old Yeller style, as I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, unless Misty works that magic again, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's very likely that he would die from infection. You know?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I won't be able to walk again though. But yeah, they didn't wrap his leg up or anything. That's a problem.
I know.
And what are Melissa and Shauna doing? Like making lesbian love to the screams of Ben outside? Like that makes them more excited in their lovemaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love
Melissa's
Ben
trying to
clocking
It's
see
a
them.
turn on for them, I guess.
Like came out holding hands, and Van was like, lesbians.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Like, what was up with that shocked look? Like, what she was
That was
so
hilarious.
It was
Like rivals?
odd expression.
In my tent. No, I loved that. I thought it was really funny.
That was so funny.
You think
Oh,
they
Elton
would
John.
you think they would have done it in the morning after everybody had a good night's sleep instead of like having to listen to us cry of pain and anguish all night long?
Right?
Well, I think they enjoyed him screaming though. I don't think they really cared.
Well, Nat didn't.
Yeah.
Nat didn't, but the two of them did.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to put this up before that Sheila said, does Ben have to saying Ben has to die because how are they going to bring him back home and explain what they did?
Yep.
Well, they could easily lie about it and be like, oh, he was attacked by a bear or wolves or something. And then I could see him going along with it out of fear because he doesn't want to admit that he was like this bad adult who just let them all be like wild. So I could see him being like, yeah, I did. Like it was really tough. And, I wouldn't have been here without the girls and everything. Like I could see him just going along with it out of like fear and just, you know.
They'd have to make an agreement with them, I guess.
Yeah, because if people could then start asking questions and being like, why did you let all this happen? And it's like, I get he's an adult, but he's only one person. It's like one person against like almost 15 girls. Like, good luck.
Here's the thing though, like, Achilles heel, Achilles tendons heal, and he could get a prosthetic leg. I would love for it to be him doing all the stalking in the present day.
Oh, that would be awesome.
My theory though, my theory was always that he was going to end up getting when he disappeared. My theory at that time was that he was going to get rescued and
leave them there.
He was going to tell everybody that the girls were dead. That was always my theory. But I'm low-key kind of jealous. Like I had to pay several $1,000s, a lot of money to get my Achilles cut. And he got it for free, man. I'm jealous.
Oh, that happened to you?
What's that?
That happened to you?
Oh yeah. It's so funny because Achilles injuries are, like one of the roughest recoveries. I straight up paid to have mine done.
I'm assuming it was to fix something else that you paid to have somebody.
Service.
Yeah. No, no, it's called a strayer procedure. They lengthen your Achilles, they cut it and then kind of like stretch it out, and it's long. When it heals, it's longer. It's to improve flexion in your ankle. But yeah, like here he is just getting it done for free in the wilderness.
I'm guessing though, not having a doctor, I don't know if that could heal on its own though. Like I think he probably is not going to walk.
Yeah.
Again, unless you'd have to definitely get back to civilization and have a foot doctor.
No, it's not happening.
Duck feathers in it. Duck feathers all stuck to it.
Maybe they can find some of that toner Jackie had and put it on his leg.
Yeah, there we go.
Some sea breeze for you.
Sea breeze.
That'll heal it.
At least maybe it'll disinfect it so he doesn't get an infection.
Jackie's gonna rise from the grave and be like, "Wait, that's mine.
That's mine." Wait.
Let's see. LP Punk says, my first thought when Akila had her vision when we saw the clip was, is there some kind of crystal revelation? Bringing that because we were talking about crystal not that long ago.
Yeah.
I do want them to show what happened because it's like she couldn't survive that fall, but it's television. So part of me is like, well, if there's no body, then how do we know?
Well, blood came out of her mouth.
Yeah. At
Which
some
was
point, they're
real,
gonna
so
have to
it's fine.
find out all the stuff that Misty did, right? Because they all hate her and distrust her in the adult timeline.
Natalie
So at some
came back
point, they
to
have
hunt
to
her
find out about
down.
Crystal and the black box, right?
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, I wonder, like, do they even know about that stuff or not?
They definitely don't right now.
Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't be talking to her at all if they did. Speaking of not talking to her, I didn't notice the first time I watched this episode, but do you notice whenever she was telling them that that Lottie was dead, she says Van Ty, and she completely ignores the
I
didn't notice that.
Hi, Van.
Yeah.
Starts
Shonda does not exist to her.
No, well, for good reason.
Well, then she walks out of her house in a huff.
Yeah.
Her house.
Storms out of her own house.
Beautiful.
Book Monkey says, I do not think they find out about the black box.
Hey, Book Monkey.
I feel like if they found out, they might not forgive her. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, they
I
would
wouldn't.
not. No way.
No.
If anything, they'd want to sacrifice her to the wilderness.
That's
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, one thing to keep in mind is they did, they're okay. So there's this vision with Aquila saying that Ben is their bridge home, but remember in season 1, Thaisa brought up to Shauna that Natalie is the reason that they got out.
Yeah.
So we still haven't. So we still haven't seen that yet, but we'll.
Makes me wonder what Natalie does.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
I just thought of something. Maybe what she does, because we all know she's good at shooting. Maybe she shoots at some trees, or even just shoots up at the sky, and then I guess whatever plane flies by, like, hears the gunshots or whatever. So then maybe they start looking and they see the girls, or at least Natalie, and then they like land.
It's gonna be Laura Lee flying her plane overhead, and she's gonna. I forgot you were down there. Like the plane exploding was just them being high, and Laura Lee took off to get them rescued, but then totally forgot about them, and she's just gonna be flying around there and be like, "Oh my god, I totally forgot about my my old soccer team. They're still there. I should probably do something about that."
Or maybe it wasn't that she forgot. Maybe she got like kidnapped or something.
Yeah.
And maybe she fell from the plane and Crystal grabbed her.
Yes.
Just as likely as the rest. So
Laura Lee and Crystal are living together.
I've heard some people say that Ben's gonna die, and then the plane is gonna like fly over the area where I guess his dead body is, and they're gonna see that and airlift him because they don't know he's dead. And then that's how they're going to get rescued. So I think it'd be interesting to see if they do that.
Oh, that's Chris is saying this is a good point. Shouldn't they have covered Ben's head before he knew Ty was going to be the one to shoot him? Why do it to her? I don't think they thought it through. I think it's the shortest answer. Because that's a good point. Because I was thinking it's kind of mean. Like in a way, they should make them see him, but I could see she wouldn't want to, and I could understand why. But yeah, it's kind of a little late once he knows she's the one going to shoot him.
I wanted to bring that up because I was really surprised by how angry and forceful Jen was, because she voted innocent every single time until she was bullied into changing
That's
her
what I
vote.
thought. I was wondering why she did.
Yeah, she voted innocent over and over again until Melissa forced her to change her vote, and then she's like, "You don't deserve it." There's just a weird switch up from how she felt.
Oh, I don't think it's weird. I think it's very typical.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I think this
is powerful.
This season has really been fueled by their emotions for sure, especially rage and revenge and everything.
Yeah.
As I say, we got a bunch. These are from now that we're talking about some of the end of the episode. I'm going to go through some of these. Cutting the Achilles tendon on Ben's leg only so he can't walk, let alone run away, is one of the most fucked up things the teens have done. I agree.
Yes.
Take away the ladder. That would have been my suggestion. I think it was cruel. Yeah, that wasn't.
It was totally unnecessary.
I agree.
There's no reason for it.
And then he said, the frowny face in the tree really bringing home that these are dumbass kids. Vibes, yeah.
But it looks just like him.
That was the inspiration for the show. Wasn't it like some guy saying you could never do Lord of the Flies with girls because they would just like play patty cake and like knit and get along? And she was like, "Have you ever met teenage girls?" Well, mistaken.
Oh man, yeah.
Then this rest is about Lottie's dad, and I know that Book Monkey was saying I have in this episode. The question is what Mr. Matthews was talking about regarding his guy at the station calling this an accident,
right?
And Justin was asking about that too. Where's Justin's? Thinking he's talking about the plane crash. I didn't see that comment though. That's interesting too, because he could have mixed up which they were talking about. I like that idea too.
Yeah,
it
could have totally been about the crash, and maybe people thought that he had something to do with it because like it was his plane.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you and your people, you didn't, I don't know, check the plane or whatever, and then,
Yeah, it was definitely suspicious what he said. I at the time thought that maybe he was involved in Lottie's death, but I like this idea. Sorry,
he could be talking about that. Maybe people thought he like staged the crash, so then his daughter dies, all these girls die, and then he can get a bunch of money, and then everyone else gets money too.
Why
would you do that? It's like you're already rich.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't think the parents would be happy either, because like, okay, so say someone in your family dies, but then you get like, I don't know, $5 million. It's like, yeah, sure, $5 million is nice, but it's like, it's not going to bring back the person, and you're not going to be like, oh, yay, I'm so glad they died, because it's like.
You hope they're not going to be like that.
Well, there was a settlement, wasn't there? Like, if you read between the lines in season 1, because didn't Lottie's family and Laura Lee's family have some kind of settlement, and that has a lot of money, and she bought that Porsche, so I assume they got settlement money.
Yeah, definitely.
They did.
Yeah, who knows how much it was? I have no idea.
No.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, maybe like $500,000 at least.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I'd say around $500,000 to $1 million. I'd be shocked if they were all getting like $5-10 million.
I assume Shauna put it into Jeff's business.
Yeah,
her money.
That makes sense.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, especially because like the 90s were different financially, so like, so I could see it being like $500,000 to $1 million, maybe 2.5 at most.
Yeah,
I don't think they would all be getting like multi-million, deals, settlements.
I have this theory about Shauna that when they got back, I have a feeling that she may have like tried to work a few jobs, and just was basically unemployable because she just like couldn't, like, I could see her totally just going off on customers and like to bosses and
trying to cut them.
Yeah.
I could just see her cussing a lot,
Yeah.
And they'd be like, Shauna, enough.
I could see her getting fired a lot. And maybe, I could see her possibly maybe even just getting married to Jeff because he was okay, like with the, like he painted her being a stay-at-home wife and mother as like a happy possibility for her, and she's like, I can't work anymore. Yeah. Like, I'm just that seems like the lifestyle for me.
I mean, didn't she drop out of college too? I don't know which episode.
I don't know if she went to Brown.
Was mentioning, but I think one of the episodes mentioned something about her like dropping out of school. How long was she in school for? I don't know. Probably less than a year. But like, I have a feeling that when she came back, she did try to kind of be normal again. It's like, I'm gonna go to college. That doesn't work out. She drops out, and then maybe she tries to do a few like not easy jobs, but jobs that someone like her could get, like working at a grocery store or something like that.
Yeah.
Teen
But then
China
it's
working
just-
at a grocery
it's too
store being very
much.
flat.
Well, I can see them having issues like that, definitely.
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
don't
think
think
she
any of
made
them
it
are very
around.
well adjusted. I don't know about the fact that Misty works with people who some of them are sick and have issues, because I don't think she's very sympathetic.
Yeah, she
No.
took those puzzle pieces from that lady. I was like, that's so
Right.
evil.
That
It
is
is.
almost as bad as her destroying the black box. I'm sorry.
Don't take the puzzle piece.
Devlana.
That she needs to be burned at the stake for that. I'm sorry.
I thought that little lady was the one that Walter brought with him that he said was his mom, but wasn't.
Well, he said it was just his neighbor in the end,
Oh,
but yeah,
oh, neighbor, I mean.
I think it was supposed to be.
I thought
Yeah.
he said that was his grandma or something.
He did, but then I think he said later he made it up, didn't he?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
she's
so.
not really related to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he just had the money to blow and she was his neighbor or something. And
Something like that. Yeah, he's got a lot of money. We have to
yeah.
wonder if that's shadiness. I don't know that it is.
How much exactly is what I wonder.
Yeah.
Did he think he got like 3 million or something?
Well, that's right. He said he got a settlement too because he got hit in the head or
Mhm.
something.
In the head, yeah.
I can't remember.
He could have got more than that then, because the head, if the head gets messed up, you're done.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean, that's not like,
does that make Walter the way he is because he got hit on the head?
but I mean,
Maybe it created this new persona for him, new
Maybe.
personality.
Mhm.
And
I
then
don't know. I still think he's connected to Adam. He really
Yeah.
wanted that wrapped up. He really
Yeah.
wanted the Adam thing wrapped up,
Mhm.
He sure wrapped it up very cleanly, and we did not learn everything there was to learn about Adam. There was more to it. He was stalking Shauna, and
Yeah.
there's no doubt in my mind that he was stalking her. And
maybe he's into girls with a dark past,
yeah, I don't know, but I think we're going to hear more about Adam, and I think we're going to find Walter is connected, and we're going to find out what's going on with that shady ass bartender / chop shop guy.
And then with the whole $50,000 Lottie took out, I saw some people say they think that she did it for Callie.
The
Like, what do you
50,000
guys
is hurting
think?
my brain.
Do you think that she took it out to give to Callie so she could have it for college and stuff?
I don't know why she took it out, but why was it the same amount of money that Jeff was blackmailing him for?
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen people ask that too. Why is it the
Was
same
it an odd
amount?
amount though, or was it just $50,000? I have a picture of the receipt somewhere. That's why I'm looking.
Yeah, she took out $50,000.
Yeah.
Well, it says $50,004.99. Oh no, that's what the charge. That's what the $4.99 charge. No, it was exactly $50,000. $50,000 is kind of a. I don't know. A lot of things could be 50,000. It wasn't like it was 48,000 or something, but
yeah. I mean, it's kind of a generic amount. She could have been using it to put a down payment on a
new house
On another wellness center,
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Who knows? Or I don't know. Who knows?
I mean, if she wants to send some of that over to me, I wouldn't mind.
Well, she can't now because she's dead.
Good
but
point.
Well, if Misty wants to get some of that and send it over,
right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm wondering if we'll hear more about that. It's just weird to me that both Travis and Lottie took out huge withdrawals right before they died.
Yeah.
And
what do you think Travis took out the money for?
He willed it to Lottie, I thought.
He gave it to Lottie. That's all we know. That's what we heard from Lottie. I don't really trust Lottie's version of events, but
yeah, true.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe I don't know. I'm still a little suspicious of Jeff too. I don't know. I'm suspicious of everybody right now. What's funny is I'm least suspicious of Misty, which is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of suspicious of her right now too, which is funny.
Yeah.
I mean, when she saw the picture, she looked shocked, but she could be shocked that somebody put a picture up there, but still.
Yeah.
She looked like it was new news.
Misty's having an easy season. I don't think I think she's finally like the heat's I think she finally has a season where she doesn't really need any heat on her. She seems like she's pretty on the up and up right now. I could be wrong though. Who knows?
Yeah, just like I thought it was funny when she was the responsible one with Callie and that one. She's like, we shouldn't be drinking. It's like, when is Misty the one that makes sense?
Right?
Then there's something wrong. Chris is asking you, Kelly, since you've seen through episode or whatever, I thought you said episode 6, episode 8, does this significantly ramp up the action in the coming weeks?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Things get crazy.
I know there's a high body count this season.
It gets fucking batshit. Like,
it gets real crazy.
People are gonna be sitting there just like, what the fuck is happening?
How would you guys feel if Misty died? Like, if Misty died toward the end of the season, like, what would y'all's reaction be?
So sad.
Misty dying. Person, I feel like I can't see dying.
Yeah. See, in the defense of Yellowjackets in total, there's been a pretty high body count in every season of Yellowjackets.
Well, I know
this one's gonna be high though, like double digits.
There's more coming, but
yeah.
My guess is 10 to 13. I know that's kind of odd, but I think something like that is gonna be like 10 to 13.
It'll be all red shirts. Joe McHale, no!
Do we know now for sure everybody in the place? Because I know how before they kept using like extras and changing them out and that. But we saw with the scene with the cards, everybody, it seemed to be at once. So do you think they're going to be done adding people randomly that show up?
Yeah, it did seem like there were more people when they did the card scene.
It's 13. It's a perfect coven number for them now.
Yeah.
Well, you said Misty wasn't there though, right? So it's 14.
Yeah, she was not.
So 14. But are they going to like stop at that, or are we going to find more random people where we're like, were they there? I don't remember them because that keeps happening.
It does bother me, the like extras disappearing and turning back up.
Yeah. They seem they've stuck on the number, so hopefully that doesn't change.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. I think this is set. I think where we're at is where we're staying until we start losing people.
Yeah. I can't imagine they're gonna kill off more than one Survivor a season. I think they may kill off a Survivor season with like maybe Van being next. And then
no, Van will never die.
I don't know. I mean, I think
she's escaped death so many times.
I know, but I think
she's
they're
like
all gonna die.
A ninja or something, like a death ninja.
Yeah, I think they're all gonna die, and then it's gonna be Thaisa or Misty, and then Shauna will be the last one. It'll probably be Misty first, and then Thaisa, and then Shauna. I bet they're gonna kill off one per season. Shauna's gonna die at the very end, and it's
possible.
Lottie made sense for me. I know a lot of people are really upset about her death, and I felt like there was a lot of wasted potential there.
I'm surprised. I was really surprised by that, especially with her dying off camera. But I know they're gonna. Like,
I heard something about supposedly, like it's just like a rumor, but like supposedly her character was like drunk or something, and also had like taken medication. So like that's what made her fall down the stairs.
No,
but I'm not sure about that.
That seems like kind of a boring answer, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like something had to happen.
Yeah.
Like, what if she was pushed down the stairs? What if it wasn't that? You know,
well, Steve pushed her down the stairs. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Steve killed Lottie.
Yeah.
Steve's the big bad of the show. He and Jeff are working. He and Jeff and Walter are all working together. And we're gonna see the three of them like flying off to Tahiti together at the end of the show. And yeah, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. And
I
and
also
then
wonder, like, if that's what happens, like someone from her past or whoever, like broke into the house, or maybe like they were going to meet, and then like that's like why they wanted to meet, because it was like they wanted to just kill her. I wonder if that person wore gloves, because I don't know if they got DNA of anybody, besides Lottie.
It was strange she was down in that area, though. That kind of would make sense if she was meeting someone, that she was down in the.
I mean, she could have been like keeping some stuff down there. I mean, it looks like it might be.
Maybe she was living down there because Shauna kicked her out and she didn't want to live with her dad. Maybe she was hiding down there.
You know what? What if her dad killed her and he doesn't remember? I just thought of that.
Ooh,
like, what if he had
damn.
gloves on, like driving gloves or something like that, and like they got in an argument, or maybe he's like hallucinating, thinking Lottie's gonna do something, and he's all like, "No, I said you can't do that," and then he like pushes her and she falls down the stairs, and then I don't know, and then maybe he kind of snaps out of it and doesn't like realize what's happened, and then maybe he's
That's
thinking,
entirely
why am I over here? And then maybe he like goes back to his room or goes to the kitchen, and that lady, I don't know, makes him something to eat, because he's like, I'm feeling hungry. I'd really like, I don't know, a grilled cheese, a tuna melt, whatever.
I like
I
that you're
almost wonder if
seeing.
it was something like that. Like maybe he killed her and he doesn't even realize it, and that's why if he is talking about the quote unquote accident, maybe that's what he's talking about then.
Maybe he saw who killed her.
Maybe.
Potentially. She was in the apartment before she died. Sorry.
Yeah.
What, Jesse?
No, I just wanted to ask you guys, and again, this may just be something that I'm putting more meaning into, but did it seem kind of suspicious the way Walter looked at I think it was Walter that looked at her, the woman that worked for him that carried out the garbage bags, went the way.
Yeah.
I thought that was a little suspicious. Like, why is she carrying out? I don't know.
He's just going to go after those bags.
I thought that either him or Misty were going to look through those garbage bags.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying to
imply
that like something was in there, like something suspicious is in there, and we should like really be looking at those bags. He could have
even been hiding evidence for him, even if he's her boss. Something. I don't know.
You can find out a lot about people by their garbage.
You do.
Yeah, by their personal refuse, as Misty said, in season 1. Jamie and Scarlett, I know I didn't address this with you guys earlier. I'm sorry, because you asked me about it too. I know you guys typically go a lot longer than we did. I'm kind of at my physical limit, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So I think I'm gonna have to. I would love to stay on, as like I could stay on for hours talking about this, but I need to like take some pain meds and
I need to get up and walk pretty soon. I will say that, but no, I figured you guys probably wouldn't stay as long as we did. That's fine.
I need to be dipping out too, so that my husband.
Yeah, but what do you guys think if that's what it is? It's like he killed her like by accident and like doesn't remember it because of what it like. What do you guys think he has? Does he have dementia, Alzheimer's? Which one do you think it is?
Yeah,
I think they said dementia.
Yeah, it seems like he's got dementia.
That's what I thought too, but I wasn't like 100% sure.
No.
Because
we're gonna dip out.
Hallucinate, young Lottie like that. He totally could have just done it, and then like, I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we're gonna dip out. Thanks so much. It was great to see. Great to see.
Great to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thanks for having us.
Book Monkey, LP Punk, Taiwan. Who else did I miss that I know in here? I thank you. I'm glad to see you all. And
thanks, guys.
And make sure you guys check out the people who are tuning in from our end. Make sure you guys check out the Sci-Fi Vision channel and and they've got some cool interviews on there too. Harold Perrineau, Jennifer Carpenter, which I'm still totally jealous about. And and I put the link to the Sci-Fi channel in our episode description on our end. So please make sure you check them out and subscribe. And you guys go live later than we do. So
we've been trying. We realized there was like 3 different shows for Yellowjackets all towards the same time. We've been trying to kind of move around.
Yeah, we won't be doing that next week. We're starting at 7 next week.
Yeah, because of Nia coming on. Our timing got changed. So
we were one of the first. So I'm like, we're just gonna stick with it. Like, we're still experimenting with From and Severance, but I'm like, Yellowjackets, nah. It's we picked our time slot. We're gonna stick with it. We've been doing it long enough. But who knows with like From and Severance? I don't know. We're still working that out. But yeah, thanks so much for doing this with us, for asking us to do a joint broadcast. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
and
thanks for coming.
Yeah,
and for the people that are on our stream, I put your link in our description too. So for people who are listening on our end, make sure you visit them and follow their show as well.
Awesome, cool. And I think you have to remove us. I don't think we can actually dip out ourselves. Okay. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can do that. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
You are excused.
I have to wait.
Bye.
There, they disappeared. You're welcome to stay. Oh, okay, I guess not. They don't want to stay. I guess.
Rachel's gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say they could have stayed. That's fine.
Yeah, she used to call it. We both used to call it like when they used to do the Cruel Summer broadcast. It was a lot of fun.
But yeah, if you guys, I was gonna say for those watching, if you haven't, please make sure you like the video, subscribe to our channel. Check out Antler Queens, aka Cyborg Queens. There are links in the description, and check out the interviews on both channels. I know that they have the Yellowjackets interviews on theirs too for people to check out. But I don't know if them disconnecting disconnects everybody that was in their chat. I hope not. I'm not sure. I wonder if it disconnected them. So hopefully people are still around. But But yeah, I mean, we probably have not too much left, but maybe a few more things if you want to mention. I was gonna
go see the scene. I was ready to fire up a scene to scene.
See the scene. What do you mean see the scene?
Scene to scene.
Oh, scene to scene. All right, we can do that if you want.
We can do it real fast.
Yeah, let me put up a couple of these comments real quick. I didn't get that this was talking about her father, saying maybe he's the reason that they were found, that the plane was found, because he could own the land and then bought that. That's a possibility. I mean, we know he's rich, clearly. They said a Wall Street type or whatever. And they were saying that maybe his accident was talking about the plane crash. We mentioned that. Let's see. Book Monkey wanted, some of these are still from their chat, wanted Misty and Sean to be the last two left standing. And let's see, Chris says there's so many unresolved storylines with Lottie. There is. That's a good point. There still is. And I'm glad you're still there, Jason. We still got some people. Okay, we can go through scene by scene. That's fine. I kind of was trying to, as we went through it, make sure we picked up different points. And I think a lot of it we did pick up. There wasn't a whole bunch, but we can really quick go through some of the scenes at the beginning. Like I had started to say before, and that's why we sort of went through this, that Misty is at the morgue and blackmails the coroner, and then goes and tells Ty, Van, and Shauna that Lottie's dead. I think that we kind of talked. I don't know. Do you have anything else about that scene? Because I feel like we've talked about that.
Yeah. You didn't take photos for this week?
Oh, I can put the photos up. That's fine.
Oh, cool.
No, you know what? No, I don't think now that I think about that, I don't think I finished taking them because we weren't going to do them. No, I have the link she sent me, but it's in my email, and it would be hard to connect to here. I don't know if I can. Yeah, because I think it would link to her thing. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I didn't bother because I didn't think we were going to because we had so many people on the screen. I thought it would just be a little confusing to do that. So sorry. No, I didn't. Let me see. I don't think I can get it.
Yeah, we can still go through our notes, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let me see. I don't know if I can get them through this and download them or not. Give me 1 second. Theirs also aren't broken up by scene either. They're
Oh, that's fine. Just so
broken up by character, so it'll be confusing. Okay. So, but anyway, I was saying, is there anything? What the heck? I clicked on something. The opening is all about the autopsy and her blackmailing that guy and then telling them what happened. Did you have anything else from that?
Yeah, I wanted to look up things, but my enemy, daylight savings time, didn't give me an extra hour to look these things up. Like the Bellamy case, I didn't know if the word Bellamy meant anything. And I also wanted to know if Fred wasn't in a prior season, the mortician, I guess you call him.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he was a citizen detective that Nat tried to set his crotch on fire.
Fire and crotch. Yeah. I don't recognize him, but I guess it's a possibility. Justin was saying this earlier.
Yeah.
Thinks that Lottie's going to stab Misty back on where they're at in the past, and that maybe that's why Misty could have killed her. Maybe the plane crashed because there were 117. Maybe the plane crashed because there were 117 girls on it. I don't think there were quite that many. I'm not sure if that's a reference to something. I don't think there were quite that many girls on it.
Is that like a long reference I'm not getting?
I know that's what I was thinking, but no, that would have been 108, not 117. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. What'd you say his name was? Bellamy.
No, she says when she's trying to convince. She's like, oh, the Bellamy case where there was a vintage watch and it got sold on eBay. And then Fred's kind of like, okay, here's his stuff.
Yeah, he clearly took the stuff.
I didn't know if Bellamy meant anything, but I thought it was interesting. Just the name.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is kind of a name you don't hear a lot. But yeah, the only really thing I had for that scene, like I'd said earlier, that I questioned that they didn't show older Lottie, but I think it's very possible that they just didn't want to pay her for it. Jason said that on October 22nd, 2005, all 117 people on board Bellevue Airlines Flight 210 died in a plane crash shortly after takeoff from Lagos, Nigeria, en route to Abuja. I'm not sure if that's a real flight then, I'm guessing, from what he's saying. I did not know that. So, yeah, I don't know. But there definitely wasn't that many on their flight, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't even know they had full soccer teams. Because the full soccer team's supposed to have 11.
Yeah, there wasn't tons of... Yeah, well, they had to have like the ones that fill in or whatever, because there's more than 11
like
girls.
JV.
Yeah,
because I ran cross country in a small town and we had the varsity and JV together, so I don't know if they just had the varsity and then the best of the JV.
Yeah, and they're also, the other thing is that there was two coaches. One of them was the assistant coach. That was the other thing I never figured out. Like,
I thought Ben was the assistant coach, and then
Ben was the assistant coach.
Martinez.
So he was the coach. Okay.
Yeah.
Why were his kids with him to begin with? Travis and
I have no idea in the pilot. It's just that they're going and he tries to kiss his wife and his wife avoids kissing him. So, some strife in the family. So maybe the boys just went with him.
Yeah.
Get away.
It seems strange that they would be allowed to go with him on this trip if it was a school trip for no reason. Unless it's just they wanted some men in the show.
Yeah, some male characters.
So they had to figure that out. Let's see. And then I don't have a picture of it. I thought the stained glass window in Misty's room was kind of weird looking.
Yeah, it is really cool. I didn't know if it had any kind of symbolism.
Yeah.
You have a picture of it.
I don't have it. Sorry.
Bummer.
But her phone isn't there. We mentioned that. And And then the drawing. Now, Travis is drawing. They know what the drawing is. I don't know what the drawing is, but Lottie says that's what the wilderness wants. And that's where Shauna says if he wants to play with fire, let's give him fire. And Mari's like, burn him at the stake like an old-timey witch. But Nat decides, that's not humane and that they're going to kill him with gun instead. But see, that's where I was saying earlier, like, I'm sort of
down from where I'm at.
Huh?
Your notes just really jumped further on in the episode.
What do you mean? No, this is when they're discussing it. This is before. Is that what you mean? No, this is just when they were discussing it at the beginning before they choose who's going to do it. I just was saying that I'm surprised that they didn't just let Shauna at least shoot him if that was the case, And then we have Shauna following Misty and Walter following Shauna.
Well, we skipped the whole Shauna scene with Misty.
We skipped the what?
The scene before the credits where, like, Misty's going Ty, Van, and doesn't do Shauna, and then Shauna deflecting blame. And then Van says that she murdered Ollie and held a meeting after because that's kind of on Misty's on brand. And then Shauna blames her because she was in the freezer, but I found out that the instructions were on the inside of the freezer, so Shauna could have gotten out of the freezer.
I didn't see that, but I said before, I think there has to be something that automatically opens it or whatever.
And then Misty leaving and getting mad and coming back in before the credits.
Yeah, it's her own house. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We had kind of gone over that before. I didn't know if you had anything to add. Mm-hmm. And then after that is Ben.
Akilah comes in. She comes in.
Then Ben asks Akilah what they're going to do to him. And he mentions about the goat probably needs special food and that. He's trying to bond with her. Sorry, what?
What do you think about the goat? Because it doesn't seem like it's a mountain goat.
I don't know anything about goats. I just think it's a cute goat. And I think that he's using it to try to bond with her because she likes the animals.
Mm-hmm. I was told that if there's wolves around, there's only really mountain goats, but I don't know if that's a fact.
I don't have an answer to that, so I don't know.
No.
But
I made another point that I was going to say, but people were kind of talking over me, that Teen Shauna has really red hair. Like a lot more redder hair than Melanie does. I don't know if it's the sun, like being outside in the sun that makes it more red, or that's just like a metaphor, like she's just feisty.
Well, I mean, I guess it's possible that older Shauna could dye her hair, but I'm not sure. Usually, I mean, not always, but generally people dye their hair lighter as opposed to darker. So I don't know.
No, I dyed it darker because I was gothy.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So normally, hey, I have blonde hair. I dye red, so I'm not the norm either. I'm just saying. Usually, you hear about people dyeing their hair later. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think is that older Shauna dyes it, or maybe as she's gotten older, her hair has gotten darker. I mean, your hair does change as you get older. But I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. I guess her hair does look more red. Jason agrees that her hair looks more red this season. So I don't know, unless it's like just the actress and they decided to leave it in. I don't know. I had not noticed.
And then Van says the King of Hearts is a suicide king. You have any comments on that?
Oh yeah, when she's saying that that's the one they'll pull to decide who's gonna do the shooting. I just think it would have made more sense to let Shauna do it since she wanted to do it. But yeah, I had never heard of
she just wants him on fire.
Yeah, she wanted to light him on fire, but I'm saying I think she still would have been happy if they let her shoot him.
Yeah, well, I think Shauna wanted Nat to shoot him just because she wanted Nat to have that agony.
Yeah. You're right. She did.
And then she's like, it's 5 feet away. Anybody can do it.
Yeah.
For her.
M. Cara says, I think it's the actress because Sophie, how do you say that? Melissa? See, this is how much I know the actress. Melise has red hair. I think they just let her hair be and not put a wig on her. They may just not have changed it.
I thought she was blonde, but maybe she's redheaded. I mean, redheads dye their hair blonde, you know. Dye
Yeah,
isn't like...
or the opposite, like me.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be too, like it was more of a strawberry blonde, and when it hits the light, it looks more red. I don't know. I honestly hadn't noticed the color, but yeah, I don't know. But it might be. She could be right. It might just be that they're not messing with it as much in the show, and so they're leaving it more the way it is. Doc, disappointing episode. You didn't like it.
What?
Doc didn't like it. When I first watched it, though, to be fair, I didn't a whole lot at the beginning either because I was so mad at what they did. I said that before, but I realized that just shows me that I really care about the characters, or I wouldn't have been so mad at it,
Mm-hmm.
M says that Sophie changed her hair quite a few times. She's been blonde, had brown and blonde hair. Yeah, maybe then she just didn't want to wear, maybe like a wig's uncomfortable and her hair's fried. She don't want to dye it more. I don't know. I honestly don't.
Red is feisty, as you know.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Fletch, try 9 bodies. You missed it. We did a watch party last night. I ended up till like 5 o'clock. After the time change. I had intended we were going to watch one episode and I forgot the time was changing. And somehow I ended up till 5 o'clock watching it. That was fun though. I looked up, sorry, I feel like I'm moving a lot. I can't sit still because I've been sitting for so long.
You can turn off your camera if you need to stretch.
Yeah, I'm going to in a minute. I lost my window. Hold on. I just feel like I can tell my face is like looking at the other screens. I'm trying to say it. Says the nickname, the King of Hearts, is called the Suicide King because he appears to be stabbing himself in the head with his sword.
Mm-hmm.
The King of Hearts.
I just think it's interesting because the King has a higher status than the Queen of Hearts, and they use the Queen of Hearts for themselves. And I would think they would use like the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, but
because they would think that like Ben is below him, not above him.
I kind of wonder though if they just use Queen of Hearts because it's a female card, and that was the reason.
Well, because there were no queens in the deck originally when they were in the cabin.
Oh, there weren't? Wait, what?
There were no queens in the deck when they found it in the cabin.
Then how'd they get the queens?
Because Javi brought it back with him. He brought the one queen back.
Okay. Why was there a deck that wasn't complete though? I wonder. That's odd. I didn't realize that. I missed that whole conversation clearly. Yeah, but either way, I just assumed they did queen because like antler queen or I just assumed it was.
Well, I just assumed, but king is higher than queen, and I don't understand because they think of Venice being kind of lowly. So I thought that a jack or a knave would suit him better.
It would make sense. I think it's just simply because they call it the Suicide Queen. I mean, Suicide Queen.
Yeah.
And thanks, Justin. Maybe Cabin Daddy destroyed the queen cards.
Yeah, there was a theory that he was a serial killer, like early on. Actually, Antler Queens have a whole long video about it. Like some guy that was similar, I can't remember his name, where he had a Cessna plane and a cabin, and he lured girls onto the plane and took them to the cabin.
Oh, that little mini plane. That's interesting. I want to see more about the cabin story. I do think we need a backstory knowing about those characters. I definitely do.
Hopefully we'll get it.
Yeah, hopefully eventually we will get it. So then after that's the Shauna follows Misty and Walter follows Shauna.
This crazy scene.
Yeah, it was a fun scene though. And we already mentioned the not Walter license plate.
Yeah.
Cat in the grass skirt. He hits her car and he says he's investigating Lottie's murder. He thinks Shauna could have done it. He's like, you did kill Adam. And she's like, that's not murder per se, but you guys have a body count too. So he says that even though he's not saying he did it, he's saying she asked the right questions and that they have there's an interesting symbiotic opportunity for them. So
I'm going to say 2 things about Elijah Wood. His eyes pop. They're so blue. And he wears shorts all the time because I think he wants to show off the goods to Misty because Misty said one of her turn-ons was calves.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's
funny. So he's always wearing shorts.
He is always wearing shorts. And no, Justin, I just started dyeing my hair red in high school. Long time ago. And just kind of never stopped.
The color looks good on you.
Oh, thanks. It's got different. Oh, it's actually got a bunch of different colors, and now it's got like red and pink and orange, but you can't see it. I'm gonna get some yellow added, make it more fire, but you can't see. The camera doesn't pick it up. M says, I feel like Walter's too strategic. It feels like he does everything because he's hiding something sinister.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. And Doc says Elijah's one of her celebrity crushes.
Yeah. Those eyes.
Yeah.
Draw you in.
Do you think Walter's related to Cabin Daddy? What do you think about that theory?
I don't know.
I hadn't thought about
Walter's a very interesting person because you don't know if where he really fits.
Yeah. Hey, AA.
Because he just kind of came out of the blue. He has a lot of money. You don't know if it's true the story is telling that he got the money. He said there was a YouTube video, but Mr. never looked it up.
That's where it would be cool if they had like as a ARG that they put it on the internet. We could see it.
Yeah, that'd be cool actually.
Elijah,
wouldn't it?
M says Elijah could leave you lost in the wood with his eyes. That's funny. Good. He does have pretty eyes. AA says, I think Walter's related to Laura Lee, maybe her brother. That would be interesting too.
Yeah, we don't really know much about their families, except for Akila has a sister.
Oh, that's right. She did mention a sister. Yeah.
Because she had like a niece or a nephew.
Yeah. She mentioned they had a baby.
But I don't know if Donna had any siblings or any of these people, really.
No, most of them didn't really mention. I'd like to see more backstory in some of these people, but... Okay, so they go around and Van pulls Van goes around and Ty pulls the King of Hearts.
Do you want me to go through the list of cards again?
If you want to. I don't care.
Nat pulled the 10 of diamonds. Robin or Britt? Is that Robin?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I think it's Robin. Pulls the
Robin
9 of clubs.
Or Britt.
Well, we had a picture. I can point them out, but we don't have any pictures, so I'm going to keep going. Lottie drew the 5 of clubs. Travis drew the Ace of diamonds. Mari drew the 7 of hearts. Van got the Jack of diamonds. Shauna got the 9 of spades. Only spade, too. Britt, or Robin, which I think is Britt, is the 3 of diamonds. Melissa drew the 2 of clubs. Akila drew the 8 of clubs. Jen drew the Ace of clubs, and Ty drew the King of hearts. And Misty wasn't there. Why?
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Misty wasn't there.
I kept counting it. I paused it and counted it. And I'm like, there's only 12. There's only 12.
One more then. That's interesting.
So,
well, I think there wasn't there? I thought there were, okay. I was thinking there was 13. M says that I see people say Shauna has a younger sibling. I don't know though if that's a guess or if they know it though is the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure. And then Ty and Van back in the present are eating, and this is where Ty's like just talking about ordering the food, and Van's obviously upset about Lottie. And I do think it's interesting that Ty is not even commenting on it, like doesn't seem to care. And Van's like, with everything we went through, with everything she went through to die like that. And that's when she asks Ty where she was. And she gets a little perturbed when she asks her, because she obviously knows, she thinks that she might have killed Lottie. So I
covered it up with a date.
What?
And covered it up with her date. Their cute date.
Covered it up with her date. See, I don't know anything about the area. I'm curious. We'll have to look, because it does say there, they said that it was in Columbus Circle. And I know somebody had said it wasn't quite the area people had originally said that she was in. I don't know exactly where that's at in New York to know, but compared to where maybe that was a different area Lottie was in. I can't remember, but that I don't know how close it was. But I mean, yeah, Ty could have done it. Dark Cut Ty or Issa, whatever you want to say, could have done it.
Do you think it's Dark Ty or Issa that's in the restaurant ordering a bunch of stuff because she doesn't care?
I think it makes sense that it's Issa, but I had never thought about her not being Ty when we thought she was. And I should have, because that's kind of stupid that I didn't, but we've never really discussed it.
Her shirt has woods on it. If you look at it, it has the woods on it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it definitely makes sense that it could be Issa. But I would wonder though, like, would Issa know about the date that Van wanted though? Because it was Ty she told. I guess it depends on if somebody has a split personality, like the dominant personality usually knows everything else, but the other personalities don't. So if Dark Ty is actually the true dominant personality, then she could know anyway. It would depend. Jason says Columbus Circle is at the bottom of Central Park. I'm not sure where that is in relation to where Lottie was killed though. So I don't have an answer to that. So then Misty goes to I'm not sure if that's actually a hotel or it's an apartment suites. I'm guessing it's actually a hotel. We never completely discussed that, but they are in the penthouse suite at any rate, is where Lottie's father lives. And I took a picture of the sign on the wall. It's flipped backwards, but it's called the Janeway. I don't know if that's just the true name of the place it was filmed at, or if that's in reference to something. The only thing I know that it could be in reference to is Catherine Janeway from Star Trek, but I'm not a Trekkie, so I don't know that would necessarily mean anything.
How's it spelled?
Janeway, Janeway, just like it sounds. AA says it's an apartment building. I don't know. We said it was a hotel at the beginning. First we thought it was a bank, then we thought it was a hotel. I mean, it could just be apartments. It's not, I don't know that it matters, but it's called the Janeway at any rate. I lost where I was. Okay. So that's when Misty goes down the authorized persons only hallway and all the police tapes there. And she looks at the long scratches in the wall and she compares, like I said before, I'm not sure if she was comparing nails to the scratches or if there was pieces of hair she was comparing. I was confused by that, but she was comparing some of her evidence. Yeah, you're right, AA. Apartment buildings do have penthouses, but I guess sometimes, I guess they don't usually call a hotel the penthouse though at the top. I mean, you sometimes hear the penthouse suite, but not as much. Usually they would, I think, call it honeymoon suite or something. So it might just be, I'm going to say it's probably apartments. I think I tried typing in actual apartments and I don't think I found it when I did. I feel like I tried. Let me see. Janeway Apartments. Whoops. New York. Yeah. It says it is a misnomer. It's commonly known as the Dakota Apartments. That's on West 72nd Street. Oh, that was designed by Henry Janeway Hardenberg. So yeah, maybe it's just a real.
Okay.
It's possible it's just real apartments then, I would say. But considering they didn't actually film it in New York, I assume that they maybe named it after a real apartments. I don't know. I don't know that it matters, but she goes down there and she's looking at the scratches and getting evidence. And then she talks to the guy that works at the front desk, and he says that he knew Lottie as a kid. She moved to the penthouse in either 78 or 79. She lived there until her parents divorced, at which point she moved with her mom to Jersey, but her dad still lives there. He makes a point about he used to give her lollipops. He called them Lottie Pops, which is cute. And he says that she was probably there the day she died. I think he says somebody saw her there. That she had been living there, as far as he knows, with her father for weeks. And AA says,
I think it's a marketing idea.
Yeah, it is a marketing idea. The doorman.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
Oops, sorry. No, yes, they need to make Lottie Pops. I agree.
I have a joke. The lollipops could come. The lollipops could come in psychedelic mushroom, blood flavor, or wilderness flavor.
People would buy them. AA says the doorman seems so sweet. I don't want to accuse him, but what if he knows who killed Lottie? He has a direct view of the basement door. He definitely has a direct view of the door, and the staff could have been paid off. You could be completely right. But we just know the point is that she was living there, which I guess the other part of that is the idea that she lied to Shauna. She did have a place to go, because Shauna questions later why did she tell me she had nowhere to go? Why wasn't she living with her father? But it sounds like she tried to or was. I think there's a good chance that it's just, it wasn't enjoyable living with her father, whether it was because he has dementia or whether it was because of the way he treated her.
Or
I
both.
don't know. Or both, yeah, that she didn't want to stay there. Then we go to the teens, where Ty is having trouble with the idea of shooting Coach, and Van has drawn a sad face on the tree and wants to go back to shooting. And she's like, what if I miss? What if I hit his other leg? Then he'll want to die for sure, or something like that. And she's like, you won't miss, it's close range. Are you second guessing him being guilty? And Ty says no, she still thinks he's guilty. And let's see, she says it's one thing to say that someone should die, it's another thing to actually do it. Hey, let's see, AA says maybe Lottie needed to be in New Jersey for something and didn't want a paper trail, so she didn't get a hotel and asked to stay at Shauna's. Yeah, I don't know, but she clearly was in her father's house at a certain point for some of it.
Her fur was there.
Sorry?
Her fur was there.
Yeah, her fur was there. She went there. She was there at some point. I don't know if I think her father's suspicious or that the cover-up was about the plane crash. I do like the idea, though, that the accident was the plane crash. I think that's an interesting idea. They could have been talking about that. So anyway, she's saying it's hard to actually kill somebody. And this is where I said they should have just told Shauna to do it. And then
Shauna wants Nat to do it.
Yeah, well, but Shauna wants to hurt Nat. But I mean, they'd be like, none of us want to do it. If you want it done so bad, you do it. But I think she would have tortured him somehow. I don't trust her.
Yeah.
But this is where Van says that maybe they can get Dark Ty to come out, and then she won't have to do it. And they get in this conversation about Urkel, and I forget what his alter ego is, or Kel or whatever.
Oh, Stefan Ukal. Yeah, I never watched Family Matters. Did you watch Family Matters?
I watched bits of it. I didn't watch a whole lot of it. I do remember the character.
Ukal.
Yeah, that he took
cool juice guy.
Cool juice and turned into, and then he had like confidence and everything.
Yeah.
So she's saying maybe she can summon her. But it makes me wonder if they've done that before, like if Ty has made her alter ego do things she didn't want to deal with. So it's an interesting thought, but it doesn't seem to be working. Then Melissa comes over. Shauna doesn't want to.
I have a question before we get to that.
No, go ahead.
Do you think that Ty, before she went on the plane, had her alter ego do bad things like kick Allie?
I forgot she kicked Allie. It's possible. I mean, I would think that maybe someone would have noticed she was unwell and had a split personality, but back then mental health wasn't as big of a thing as it is now, so she very well could have. But it's also very possible that being this place gave her an alternate personality. I mean, I could see it either way, but that is a good question I hadn't thought about. Maybe. But I don't know. To me, her having an alter ego that's one of the things that to me has an explanation, a medical explanation, and isn't necessarily, something to do with where they're at. But yeah, she could have definitely, though, where they're at, used it before to get out of things, maybe, and they don't realize it because they tend to think it's when she don't remember it. But I've kind of wondered after the conversation we had today, is it possible sometimes she does know it and just isn't telling people? It's definitely a way to get around
or
things.
Denying it, in herself.
Denying it, yeah, could be denying her to herself. So yeah, I don't know. I really hadn't thought about Issa being around when we didn't know she was. I'm not sure why I didn't think of that. It makes perfect sense, especially with Sammy, that he's been seeing Issa and now he sees his real mother and he's freaking out because that scene makes a lot more sense now. So yeah, interesting. Let's see. So then Melissa wants to talk to Shauna. Shauna doesn't feel like talking, but she gives Shauna the scabbard she made. And that's when Shauna's like, I don't know why you like me. And she's like, well, Jackie may have treated you like shit and you were just dirty secret and you let them be that way. But you've changed from being out here. And I like that you're not afraid of the bad parts of you anymore. So yeah, I think Melissa's a psychopath. That's
yeah. Can't wait to stab somebody. Here's a gift for your knife. I hope I get a knife too, so I can stab people.
Yeah.
Stabby McStab.
That's what I was gonna say, Stabby McStab, yeah. What is that from?
We can do it together and then make passionate love after in our yurts.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, Shauna is a psychopath, but at least Shauna is a visible psychopath. Melissa, she's kind of sneaking up, so I don't know.
Yeah, she is. Always the quiet ones.
Always the quiet ones. So then after that, Misty brings Coach his last meal, and I still before wondered if there was significance to that. I get that he didn't eat it, but I still think it was suspicious the way they narrowed in on the food and like really showed.
Or he just doesn't eat anything that Misty makes him.
He might have just learned, but I feel like if you were going to be put to the death, wouldn't you rather Misty poison you? I mean, I would.
And I think she got out choosing a card because she was making dinner.
It's very possible, but they should have said that. I think that like
they should have, but they seldom do.
Well, I know, but one line could have fixed that. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I've said that several times in season 2.
No, I know. I just think it would be interesting if, like, you found out later, like she had hidden a knife or a key or something in it, and he never knew it. That would suck.
Yeah. Somebody that would be great if she would have helped him.
Yeah, I thought she wasn't allowed to make any food though, but I guess they probably figured we're killing him anyway. She can make his food.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Us.
But yeah, I don't know. I just think that maybe Misty would have tried to help him. Misty is insane, but we talk about how in this episode, like sometimes she's the smart one who makes sense. So I could have seen her putting something in it, but it's fish with vegetables. He makes a comment, no organ meat. What did I do to deserve this? And she's crying, and she tells him the firing squad is coming at dusk.
He always hits it. Tears.
Yeah, and she's crying, and she did everything she could. And he's like, okay, I know you did. It's okay, I know you did. And I think he, at this point, does right now believe that she's really sincere. And I think she is. I mean, she's still insane, but she's sincere, I believe. And she hugs him. And he says that, I guess he means to them. He says, I'll be remembered as a monster who burnt down a cabin to kill teen girls. But in the real world, I'll hardly be remembered at all. And that's when she says, no, that he was decent and kind. And you were my first boyfriend and amputee.
That's a great line. Well,
yeah. And that she's going to miss him.
Yeah, I think I also heard a gunshot there too. Like maybe Ty's practicing.
Might be.
It was at 23:48. I just marked it down because it didn't say the closed captioning, but it definitely sounded like a gunshot, like they're practicing, and that put Coach a little on edge.
Yeah, it does make sense that there could be, though. I don't know that has meaning, but yeah, maybe they're just trying to scare him. Could be that too. So, excuse me. In the present, Misty brings. Oh, that's interesting. You know, there's a couple parallels in this episode. The one parallel I feel like is Ty.
We didn't talk about Akilah going to the caves.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I did skip that. But I was going to say, we have Ty battling with, like, does she use her darker nature or not so she can kill him? And I think it parallels with the present time where, you know, her son's seeing that other time side with her. And I'll go back to the Akilah thing. I was just going to say this before I forget. Yeah. I hadn't even thought about it, but this part with Misty bringing I don't know what rugula is, but the chocolate rugula cake, whatever it is.
It looked delicious.
To Lottie's father, like that's kind of paralleling the idea that she brought him his last meal. So, but yeah, Lottie tells Akilah to go back in the cave. She says that it's time. She has a feeling that the caves have more to say. And Travis doesn't really agree, but he's like, she wants him to convince her. And she questions a couple times that he did have a vision about her, and she never seems to realize, no, he made it up because
he just threw her the bus.
He did not want you bothering him, and I think it is going to backfire better or worse later.
I mean, she did have a vision.
Yeah, she did have a vision, but it's a freaking hallucination. I mean, look, I don't know that the hallucinations mean anything. They're hallucinations. However, hallucination, maybe it's just like a dream, it can have meaning. If you give it meaning, it can help you figure things out. I don't know.
Well, they make reference to the Oracle of Delphi, and the Oracle of Delphi huffed, they put their veil over something and they huffed up fumes and got visions. So it's kind of about the same.
Yeah, it is. That's why she mentions it. I'm trying to think what character it was. I was in a play that had the Oracle of Delphi in college.
Oh, Antigone?
No, I can't think of what. Yeah, maybe. That might have been the character I played. I can't remember. I just remember that Cassandra or whatever was in it, which is
Cassandra,
yeah. I don't know. It was something we did at the theater there. It wasn't per se about. I don't even remember what it was. It was a long time ago. But anyway, she brings. I don't even know how to spell.
Did they have that in Dark? You never watched Dark, right?
Yeah, I just haven't seen the end of the last season. Very last episode I haven't seen. Everything else.
I haven't seen anything past the first season, but they did have that thing with Antigone, and I thought she had said something about the Oracle in that whole speech that she gives. But maybe not.
I feel like that Antigone might have been the character I played, actually.
Oh.
But I don't know what the play was. It was,
Antigone?
It was beginning of college, yeah. It was just, we played, and we had, all I remember is we had like robe toga thingies, whatever you want to call them. Mm-hmm. And that was pretty much all I remember. And it was the only play I did in college. Yeah. So, yeah. So I was starting to look up, and then I forgot what I was doing. Arugula. I don't even know how to spell it. I'm just
Rogalech? Question mark.
I don't know. I'm just getting arugula, like arugula salad, which isn't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. When she said arugula, I didn't know there was a dessert.
Yeah,
I tried chocolate. Tried chocolate arugula.
Yeah, I know. Where'd it go? I lost it. Yeah, I didn't know if she said arugula or rugula.
I wondered. Rugula. It's what I heard, but
that's why I wondered if it's not. Like maybe it's not the same. Yeah, okay, that's why. Arugula is salad. Chocolate rugula, RUGELACH, is a rich and manageable pastry dough filled with decadent chocolate. So is there anything meaning behind it? Probably not. It's just a dessert.
Anything behind her calling herself Mary. And then she also called him Marty, which I like. You're such a card, she says.
Yeah, I know. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I forgot to put it up about
Marty Matthews.
Yeah.
Why Mary? It's close to Maury.
I don't know. Maybe I would guess, and I don't know, but I would guess that maybe she picked Mary just because Mary's like a common name. Mm-hmm. It's like picking John. That would be my guess. But she brings him the dessert. Yeah, Mary from the 5th floor. If she had said 4th floor, it maybe would have been funnier, but she said 5th floor. And she, let's see, Misty tells him that a package was left for her and she needs to come in and find it. And that's how she kind of makes her way into the house. And he does let her in, and she goes to hang up her coat. And she says, I run warm. And she finds the receipt for the $50,000 withdrawal from the bank. Not that it's necessarily relevant, but it is the Atlantic Coast Trust is the name of the bank, because I had the receipt of that. I have a couple pictures. It's not, you know what? I do have a picture of that. Let me put this on really quick because I forgot that I had this because I mentioned it and I did actually have a picture. Wait, where's my picture? I did actually have the picture of the stained glass. Mm-hmm. It looks like like a skin sample or something to me.
Oh, I thought it looked like Jupiter.
I was gonna say, or like levels of underground. I don't know. Yeah. That was way before, but I don't have a whole lot of pictures, so there's only a couple. Yeah. But anyway, she withdrew $50,000. Now, do we know for sure that was a withdrawal though? That was my other question. She didn't deposit.
Yeah, it does say withdrawal, and it has a fee on it for withdrawal of $4.
$4.99. Yeah. Sequence number 5173. Does that mean anything? I don't know.
What? The numbers? I don't know.
Transaction number 12. Just looking at the stuff. But anyway.
You have a picture of that?
Huh?
Do you have a picture of that?
Yeah.
You can put up?
Yeah, hold on. Okay, give me 1 second. Oops. I'm trying to. Oh, no, I lost it. There it is. Okay. Presents, share screen. There we go. There we go. You can see transaction ID AT, not that these numbers probably mean anything, 237. And it was in New York, not in the other place. Yeah, and it says, I think it, whoop, that's not, see, now I'm opening the wrong pictures. This is the one that says, sorry, I had the wrong one. You wanted the one that says, that has the name of the bank, Atlantic Coast Trust. So yeah, that's the top of the thing. That's interesting. It has 3 buildings, but there you go. So yeah, she withdrew $50,000 from her bank, and Misty asks him if he saw her with anybody, and he says he might have been somebody from the cult, and she's like, what if somebody from the cult pushed her down the stairs? And he says that Artie won't see the money for his foundation if he says anything other than an accident. So I would take that her father either was involved or knows something, or like the person, and I don't remember which person said it originally, I apologize, but whoever originally had that good idea, is it possible that the accident he's referring to is the plane crash because his mind isn't all there, which I think is a really interesting idea. But yeah, he knows something about something, and he's paying somebody off. So, so that's that. And then Walter is there as well. Looking at, he says, I don't know whether it actually is because don't think they showed the painting up close, but he says it's a Klimt. I just remember Klimt, I think. That's all I ever remember.
Life and Death.
I don't know.
You don't have a photo?
Not of the painting, no. Is that the painting it was? Life and Death, you're saying?
I think Life and Death. I'm not 100%.
Klimt,
We can look it up and see. I mean, I'm going to have to look up Bear Stearns, too, because I don't know if that's... Yeah. An hour of time, you know?
Yeah, no, I had some other things written down. This was my pared down recap. I had some more details. Death and oh, you meant the one I was calling The Kiss. Yeah. Is the Kiss is like what, the nickname?
I don't know. I thought there was one called The Kiss that was legit, and I don't think that's the painting.
Well, I don't know, but Googling it, it's showing the same painting, and it says Life and Death, and it also says The Kiss. So I'm not sure, but
I'll take it.
Yeah, I didn't actually see what he was looking at. I just that was when he says Klimt, that's what I thought of was that painting.
It's the most famous one he's done.
It is.
Yeah. He doesn't have the original though. That would be money's.
Yeah, I don't think he has the original, even if he's rich. I doubt it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I totally lost where was that. But him and Shona.
Who's Bear Stearns?
That is a good question. Let me get up my other. Hold on a second. This would be this one, I think, that had all the details in that you're talking about. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm looking for the name, and then I know how to spell it because I'd written it out here somewhere. Oracle of Delphi. We already went through that. Lottie's phone. Okay. Somewhere I had that the phone rang and he said, was it that person? And now I don't know where the hell it is. Oh, there it is. Bear Stearns. Yeah. I had tried typing it in before and I didn't get anything, I don't think.
Okay. So it's not anything.
It's a company of an investment bank.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah,
unless maybe he was being blackmailed too. Who knows? I'm gonna turn off my camera a minute so I can stretch.
Okay.
But wow, why does I hate when people change the avatar, and I know they use it for their own show. That's okay. They're loud. It just annoys me. So I'm gonna stretch. So he goes out. She talks to Walter, who's also there with Shauna, and they're pretending to be internet, like people servicing his internet.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, and Shauna says something like sheriff citizen instead of citizen detective. She screwed that one up. No, wait. Sheila says Bear Stearns went bankrupt about 15 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. When I typed it in, it just said it was a company, an American investment bank, but I didn't
That could be part of his dementia. Like he doesn't even know, that that's folded.
Yeah, well, it's headquartered in New York, whatever it is. So it could even just be the bank that's calling him. I mean, maybe he's sending them the money. I don't know. But at any rate, Shauna is working with Walter, and they are going to try to find the killer before Misty does. They're working against somebody. He's like, we'll share our information if you want to join forces, but she doesn't want to. But he's
I like that she said Shauna was his rebound.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, she made a comment about that. Which is, and then they deny it, which is hilarious. Let's see. She was saying it's a huge deal when it collapsed and the government started bailing out the banks, so they didn't all go down. Yeah, I remember when that part happened. Where is my? I gotta turn on my air conditioner. I'm like dying. So she doesn't want to share any of their information, and it's like, may the best citizen detective win. But they're trying to hack Lottie's internet at this point, trying to get in. And then it switches to back to Van and Ty. And she's saying that Dark Ty came out before when she was sleepwalking, but also when they had sex. So they made out.
They got it down, yeah.
Out, wow, wow. So that's what they do. And I noticed that wind movement came a little bit after that too. As much, maybe not as much as with the rabbit, but I guess it was pleased.
The wilderness is interested.
The wilderness is interested in them making out, yeah. And then it switches to Akilah.
I said Akilah speaks what we all want to. Isn't this dumb? I mean, we're just getting high off gas and seeing things.
Yeah, and then
I almost feel like Akilah should break the fourth wall and just say it to the audience.
Yeah, you are correct. She should. Because
she's right.
It is with them hallucinating. Yeah, that's what we said. But Lottie tells her
Lottie's like, Oracle Delphi.
Yeah, thinks that it's a conduit, like the Oracle of Delphi.
Yeah, Delphi.
And
yeah, unfortunately, there's a city around here and nobody pronounces the names right, so it's Delphi. But it's Delphi. You're correct.
I've heard it both ways. Travis is hesitant too, and that's when she's like, "Yeah, but you saw her. You saw that the wilderness wanted her." Mm-hmm. And he clearly did not, but she tells him
I have an observation. I know we won't have photos, but Akilah has this really cool kind of sweatshirt with a pink sleeve sewn on one side. That's a sweater sleeve.
Okay, let me see if I.
And it's really interesting to me because at first I thought it was layered, but it's actually sewn onto the top of the sleeve. Like maybe she lost that sleeve, so she just sewed a sweater.
The bottom of the other one has a dark pink sweater sleeve. I do have a. It's not from that scene. It's from. Oh wait, this one might be.
So maybe it is a layer.
Hold on. Present. Let's see. Wait, I lost where the. It looks like it's sewed on.
I see it here.
And she put a shoelace like around the neck. Considering there's a shoelace around the neck, she might just have been messing around and maybe they were making fashion. I don't know. I don't know why it looks like Lottie got a bone or something in her shirt. So,
but that's an Antler Queen dress that they put on the antlers.
Oh, interesting. But yet she wears the dress another time. That's interesting.
Yeah, I guess she just when she gets sick of it, she just puts on the antlers. There you go.
It does look like that though. But in the other picture that was from earlier in the episode, you can see the bottom of the sleeve of the other sleeve is like a different color sweater.
Yeah.
So the Nile is the river in Egypt. Yeah. I think the wilderness does not want Aquila, is what AA says. I think you're right. I mean, I don't know that it wants Travis though either, but Travis doesn't want it. So
Yeah. I don't think
Travis
Aquila
is
wants
pushing
it.
it off on her. And he's like, well, she's like, well, go reassure Aquila. And it's sad because Aquila's like, you're the only one I really trust.
Yeah, it's sad.
And I really had a feeling this was going to go bad, but I mean, it didn't. So, but it might next time. We don't know. So she agrees to go in the cave. And then Misty, let's see, this is back to the present. Misty wants to go into Lottie's bedroom. She says the package has to be there. It isn't anywhere else. And Walter starts saying that they need to install wires. So they need everyone out because it's dangerous, which was like the dumbest thing ever to say.
Yeah.
Like they never do that. And she's like, well, these walls are concrete. You have to install the wires from outside. And for whatever reason, he believes her. And he's like, go outside. But they don't actually go outside.
Yeah,
they go.
Donna tries to knock and act like she's professional, but she just...
She's like, yeah, this is hollow. That was funny. So he sends them outside, but they don't actually end up going outside. Ty, who I accidentally, I think, skipped the fact she had gotten a phone call from Simone. She goes to meet Simone so she can see Sammy. And Van sits down next to Simone and she's like, so you're her, huh?
Gives her a little up and down.
Yeah, that was
side eye.
Yeah. So I don't know if she thinks that Ty was having an affair, or if she knows that she like was with her before, or if it's a combination of the two. But
either way, it was a bad move.
Yeah, it was not good. But that's where Sammy had asked for her apparently, but then he's scared of her because it's Issa or whatever we think. So that makes sense. And then,
well, it's good to see Steve as well.
Yeah, Steve, bloggy. If I had gone back and taken pictures of him, I was going to take a picture of the statue that is where Walter and Shauna are, because it looks like stampeding white horses.
Yeah, it does look like a
statue. I tried looking up, seeing if I could find it by typing that in, but it didn't. I don't know. It's just probably was decoration. But
that's when he uses the word penetrate to Shauna.
Yeah, he says he's penetrating the firewall or whatever. She's like, don't say that word, which is hilarious. Like, he didn't mean it that way, but she made it dirty. And he says the firewall is called Theodosian, and he says it's cheeky. And I did look that up. It's Constantinople. The walls they used to protect the city from attacks. So since it's a firewall, it's a protective wall. It was just a play on words. And that's when the woman that works for him brings by 2 big garbage bags that to me looks super sus. And I wonder if she was hiding something for her boss. He did look like glance at them, like maybe they were important, but then he didn't.
Well, I think he was going to go look at the garbage later.
Might have. They should have. That's something though that they might have even just cut out.
Citizen detectives know to look through people's garbage.
Right. And
then like Shauna's going on about like why go to her dad's, and I'm like, in my notes I said she wanted to see Callie, obviously.
Yeah. That's a good point. I hadn't even thought about. She might want to see Callie. So let's see. I lost where I was. Because Shauna's asking why. No, Shauna's. Whoops. What did I do? Why does it go to a damn ad? Shauna. That's where Shauna was asking why Lottie came to her house and lied about her father's. And he says maybe she needed a friend, and he's like, which you're not to Misty. And like, no, Shauna isn't a very good friend, but she tells him the truth. Neither are you. She's like, what are you doing? This is not going to win our back. And he's like, oh, Misty wants a challenge. And he's clearly
her toes curl.
Yeah. He wants to make her toes curl. And then he says that to prove to each other they didn't do it, he wants to give her a piece of his hair and wants her to give him a piece of her hair, because he also says it's mutually assured destruction. And
and in the first season, they mentioned that because Callie was trying to blackmail Shauna, and she also brought up mutual assured destruction.
Yeah, that's true. But he also says, "Oh, if you die, we'll use it to find you and to find your body and locate the killer." But he does not. She does not agree, and he tries to take it anyway. But he eventually did it sit out of the hat. Simone says hated that. I'm not sure what that was in reference to.
What did you hate, Simone?
Yeah, we're not sure what that was in reference to. And for all of you still listening, we do really appreciate everybody staying. I know a lot of you are still from Cyborg Queen, so thank you for sticking around and listen to the rest of our conversation. And please make sure that you do subscribe to Sci-Fi Vision and hit that like so you can see more of our breakdowns that we have each week. And we have a Severance show on Saturday, and we have this on Sunday, and then on Tuesday we have a roundup show. And as I said, for people listening to our show, their link is in the description, the ones that are coming on ours. But we also have watch parties in Discord before we do the live stream. So that link is still pinned in the chat. And Scarlett has her own channel. Well, not her own channel. She co-hosts with Julie B. Deep Dives. So
hopefully I'll have
you have Severance show and as well. So
on Mondays we have the Severance. I'll call it the Severance Waffle Party at 10:15 EST. And on Wednesdays, we have a From Rewatch Party. I do believe we're watching Season 2, Episode 2 and commenting on it. On Thursday, we have Severance Watch Party and Julie's Discord. I don't know if we have a link for it or not, at 9 p.m. EST, and then again at 10 p.m. EST if you've missed it the first time, and then some general talk after it. And then on Fridays, we have From Academy with Doc. And I do believe this week we're talking more about The Boy in White and his link with dogs. And that will be around 10 p.m. EST on Friday on Julie's channel.
Yeah, I was going to say our Tuesday shows at 10, our Severance shows at 11. I should have mentioned that. But also for Yellowjackets fans, make sure you come back next week at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we have Nia Sandaya is going to be our special guest, and then we'll continue our live stream after that. But at 6, we're going to have the watch party in Discord, the link that's there. And also, we also have a Yellowjackets watch party when it drops. At midnight on Thursday night too.
And if you have any questions for Nia, please send them to you, right?
Yeah. For Nia, you can send questions ahead of time for Nia, if you want to, either in Discord or via. I probably should have the banner going across. I never do. Either via Twitter, X, or in Discord, you can send questions. And I have a somewhere here. I think I have it under Severance. I'll make a Yellowjackets channel, which I should have done to begin with. We'll put it right there. That is to submit questions that I'll put in Discord if you can't be there and you want to submit them ahead of time. There, it's under Yellowjackets. So now it's got its own channel. So there you go. You can send questions for Nia. Yeah, yay. But yeah, that's at 7. Let's see. Simone hated Walter talking about her toes curling.
Oh, you didn't want Misty's toes to get off?
Yeah, we don't want to see that. AA says, I think Walter would frame Shauna, and I think Shauna would frame Walter. So him finding her hair in her hat, not so good. Yeah, she would have been better with mutually assured destruction than to just give him the hair.
That'd be a fun plot line.
Thanks for coming.
That would be a fun plot line.
It would be a fun plot line.
If they were doing that.
It would.
Comedy gold.
Yep. Yeah, I like them together. They are good together.
Yeah. I was surprised they were together. I mean, the show always surprises me.
Yeah, they do.
The team-ups. Like Mari and Coach. The Mari and Coach team-up. Didn't expect it. Didn't expect Shauna and Walter.
Yeah, but I'm there for it.
I am there for it.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
So, in the, I still always want to say island. What do I say? Back in,
it's not
in
an island, Canada.
Yeah, but what do I say? Back in where they're stranded. I don't know. I never know what to call it because I keep wanting to say island.
Wilderness.
The
wilderness.
Back in the wilderness. And by the way, I do need to make a put on our images. It says the wilderness chose. I haven't done yet. Now that we decided that. But back in the wilderness, Ty jokes around. She's faking dark Ty.
Yeah, I love it because she's like, "Where's the gun?"
So I can blow
my brains out. Yeah, I loved it. I loved her delivery.
Yeah, no, that's great. But then they hear the rabbit crying.
Yeah, let's skim over that.
Could have done without this scene. Yeah. But
I could go into great detail about it, but I know that you don't want to.
No, you can. I don't think it was so totally necessary. But like I said, I do think that the scene with the rabbit, to me, really parallels what they do to Ben, just being cruel for no reason, because they could have just killed the damn bunny if they were going to kill it. She didn't have to bleed it like that. She could have killed it, then bled it.
Yeah, but she was trying to make Dark Ty come into her.
Yeah, I know.
By tuning herself with the wilderness. So I got that.
I totally got it. And she's like, I feel its breath, I smell its blood, its heartbeats. But the point is that she kind of, I don't know if she necessarily tortured it, but it was not necessary. She heard it unnecessarily. And it does make me think of them slicing Coach. And I think that was the point.
Yeah, but it was their dinner anyway. Give it that.
Yeah. You're right, but she could have killed it, and she didn't have to do what she did to kill it. I get they're going to eat it. Yeah, she was a little unnecessarily mean. But the point is, they say that the wilderness wants blood. The wind picks up a little bit, so I guess maybe it liked it a little bit. I don't know. It didn't really.
Didn't care. You're going to kill for dinner anyway.
I mean, it was the same way the wind moved when they were, making out. So I'm not sure. The wilderness was appeased either way a little bit. But anyway, so then it goes back to Akilah, and they are tying her to them. So she's going to go into the cave where she went before. And, I guess they assume that she'll keep walking until she passes out. And they're like, if the rope goes slack, we'll come get you. And they let her go, which seems like a dumb idea because they can't really see what's happening. But, she goes in, Travis feels something's not right. And this is again where, she said, but you saw that she was the one. And he doesn't say that she's not, but he does right away go after her like, it stopped moving. So they find her passed out. Her eyes are rolled back in her head.
I don't know. I thought this was after. I thought the scene with Shauna and Mr. Matthews was before this.
I have the next thing is about Walter saying he cloned the phone.
Okay.
So yeah, unless
sorry.
No, I mean it's possible I have it backwards, but that's not. I have it in the other order. Okay. But her eyes go white. They roll back in her head. She doesn't they don't wake her up yet. You might be thinking about when they wake her up.
Okay, yeah, because they want us to think she's dead, but we pretty much know she's not.
Yeah,
because that'd be depressing.
I'm not sure if she just passed out or she fell or it's not
she's
clear.
Passed out from that sweet gas.
Yeah. AA says if no one helps Coach, he could bleed out and die. They say when your Achilles tendon is cut, it's never good. Yeah, I don't think that your Achilles tendon can heal on its own at any rate. I don't think he's going to walk again unless he got a foot doctor. And I think that if he does make it back to civilization, by then it would have been healed, whatever it's going to heal. And I don't think they'd be able to fix it. But I don't know.
It's going to get all infected and gnarly.
Yeah, I would be more concerned with infection and he could lose his other leg. Which would be worse. So I don't know. We said before, I think they could have just thrown him in the pit, taken away the ladder. They could have tied him up. They could have done any number of things. They didn't have to do it. It was cruel.
It was.
And let's see. Justin says, do you think Nat and Lottie are going to go all the way?
What?
I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Fiction?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Justin, what that's in reference to. You'll have to be a little more specific because that is what that sounds like. Yeah, I don't know.
The Teen Nat and Teen Lottie are going to be making out.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. So let's see. Misty finds Lottie's phone. You said it was in the bed. I think it was in her bed.
Yeah.
But Walter already found it, cloned it, and wiped it. And he's like, we can share the information. And he tells her they're having fun. Clearly she's not having fun. And she's like, she gets real mad. She's like, and then finally he leaves and he's like, okay, bye, Misty. Because she says something like, I can't believe I ever let you clean Caligula's cage.
No, you're despicable. I can't believe you gave Caligula a bath.
Okay, but gave Caligula a bath, same difference.
So I let you bathe my bird.
Yeah, so he's not, is that a euphemism?
Maybe, I don't know.
So he leaves and she tells Shauna on the way out, she's like, you deserve each other. Shauna doesn't even know what the heck she's talking about.
Well,
so Shauna goes to Lottie's bedroom and talks to Lottie's father because he thinks it's Lottie. And this is where we get a weird flashback, which is of Lottie as the antler queen. And she says it wants us to. And this is what I was saying. This is new, right? Like we didn't see
I think
antler queen, did we?
In my knowledge of film and video, I think they took a smaller part, when she is in Doomcoming and she's further away, and took that part and blew it up somehow so it would be really big, and it got really distorted.
What the heck? Remind me, because when they said that, I didn't want to sound like I didn't know what they're talking about, but I didn't know what they were talking about. Remind me what Doomcoming is.
Doomcoming was their version of Homecoming, where they made little antler hats and things for themselves. And Marty had the berry wine, and Misty had those mushrooms she was going to give Ben, but Marty put them in the stew, so they had visions.
No, yeah,
and then they saw Travis as a stag.
Yeah. Yeah, and I see a picture from it. It does have that, at least that headdress from it, so it could be.
And when they captured Travis, she put it on, and then she wanted Shauna to slice his throat, but then Nat showed up.
Yeah, no, I know now what you're talking about. I couldn't remember then, and I didn't want to ask. I really need to rewatch a lot of this. But
but she puts it on, she's further away. But the shot they have, she's really close up, and I don't think they shot anything new. I think they just stretched it, and it looks really weird.
They might have, but the fact of the matter is, when you're seeing a flashback, I mean, like we're supposed to be seeing what she's seeing. That's her memory of it. So if it isn't the exact same scene, that to me doesn't necessarily mean anything. And I think she did say at the time it wants us to. I think that probably is that memory. But the other thing I think is kind of interesting is it's Shauna's memory, but I feel like this is also supposed to be, I thought, what her father was remembering until they got to that point, because part of it was his memory about her when she was younger and him not knowing what to do with her seeing things and her not listening to him. So it was kind of interesting the way they juxtaposed the two scenes together. And Justin did mean like a ship. Do we think Nat and Lottie are going to go? I never saw any romance between Nat and Lottie. And Lottie's dead now, so I'm not. Well, so's Nat. Then again.
Oh, tragic romance.
I mean,
Lottie. There could be an idea of a threesome between Lottie and Nat and Travis.
Yeah, I mean, back in the wilderness, it's a possibility, but I didn't see it.
She was kind of there when Nat and Travis were getting it on. He had a vision of Lottie, so she was kind of there at the same time.
Yeah, well, somebody, who was it earlier, said something about I read that somewhere, or somebody said something about could Lottie be pregnant with Travis's kid or something. I don't even know who said that or where I read that, but it was something about Lottie and Travis, and I couldn't figure out where they got it from. But yeah, maybe.
And there were theories that Lisa was her kid. You remember Lisa?
Oh, that the one that was at the
cultists or that made friends with Natalie.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a threesome then. I don't know.
There was a lot of crazy theories about that was Lisa was Travis and Lottie's love child.
Yeah, that's interesting. I remember now. I had read that, but you know what?
Like a wilderness baby.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, you know, they're all there alone, and they were going to have an orgy, so it could happen, right? We don't know. But I didn't personally see anything, and I don't know. But I don't know. But anyway, Shauna tells.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I said in adult timeline, it seems that Travis and Nat had a relationship on and off, and it seems to be implied that Lottie and Travis had some kind of relationship, be it spiritual, romantic, or otherwise.
Yeah, I guess that's possible.
Yeah.
If you can find her channel. Yeah, just go to, I didn't even think, you guys don't have the actual channel link, do you? Because you're in there. Let me get you a link to the channel, which I didn't think of. Here, we'll do it this way. YouTube. Actually, I probably have it. I was gonna say, is it on the screen? It might be on the screen. I'm not even sure. But everything's at Sci-Fi Vision. So YouTube, Sci-Fi Vision, Twitter, Sci-Fi Vision. I just don't update Instagram tons. So that's the only thing I don't usually mention as much. But also, if you're new here and you don't know about it, sci-fivision.com. That's where all our interviews are linked from, even our interviews that aren't video, because you can find a lot of interviews on our live tab and our videos tab. We have from interviews among lots of other shows. So yeah, make sure you guys check all that out. But we have tons of interviews. I think now I have in videos, I think it like said over 700 videos.
Yeah.
I didn't even know like how that happened. And I think like 99% of them are interviews. There may be a couple that aren't. There's something like 750 or something. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. We started doing video at COVID. It just kind of
exploded. There's so many different people you interview. So many different types of shows and everything.
Yeah. There's quite a bit. And I made I'm trying to keep up on the playlist to keep all the stuff for Yellowjackets and Severance and from Separated. And that's the other thing too. If you like Severance, since you mentioned Severance, we also have under the live tab interview with Sydney Cole Alexander, who played Natalie, and Mark Geller, who plays Kier. Well, I say plays. They both plays. They're both still in the show. But yeah, those are up there. Yeah, and I think Mark may come back. We gotta talk him into coming back at the end of the season. I know he said he would if we wanted him to. So if you want to see Mark come back, let us know.
We'll have praise Kier more.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was a fun interview.
Yeah, it was. He's a great guy.
Yes. So I lost where I was now. Okay, so Shauna.
Good old Shawnee.
Shauna and Lottie, Shoddy. There, now there's a ship name for that.
Oh, yeah.
Shauna tells Lottie's father that sometimes it's hard to show love the way we want to. And obviously she's speaking about her own family from her own experience. So yeah. And she hugs him and he says they can watch a Scorsese movie and eat Chinese food. You know, I don't know why, but the fact he was like talking about ordering food from this Chinese place, I was thinking, did Lottie go to get food there the day she died? Maybe they know something.
Yeah, she had that vision too where they were eating Chinese food at the mall.
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting,
so
yeah.
They need to call that place.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. I don't know. It just stuck out to me. And then Ty is talking to Van about what happened earlier and how Sammy said, "Are you not my mommy anymore?" And she said something like, "She'll always be his mommy no matter what," which is again implying that he's been seeing dark Ty and now he's seeing regular Ty and he misses her, I guess. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that was why he got, which confuses me a little bit, because if she was regular Ty, why did he run away then? But I guess he just was afraid the other Ty would be back.
No, I think it's totally Issa he's seeing. She showed up.
Okay, so you think Issa showed up, but originally I think he was talking to her, because when he said, "You're not my mommy anymore." But that's kind of interesting though, because if he was talking to regular Ty and Issa showed up, you would think that Ty would make some mention of it and doesn't. But, you know, maybe she's hiding it, or maybe it's Issa now. I don't know.
Maybe like Jazzy was saying, that she hasn't even been in the season. It's just been her other the whole time.
Yeah. But at any rate, she tells Van they need to change the scenery. I don't know if they're going to move or what they're going to do, but she wants to get out of the house. Mm-hmm. And then back in the wilderness, Akila is passed out and Lottie's like chanting to the wilderness to bring her back. Mm-hmm. And she does come back and she says she has a vision. Now, I do have pictures of part of the vision.
That like Gulliver's Travel thing.
Yeah, the Gulliver's Travel thing. That was so bizarre. Okay, I knew.
Was not expecting it. And
yeah, I was gonna say, for those of you who don't who aren't usually on our show, we do usually show like images the whole time we do this, but we didn't have them because we were doing the collaboration.
We had some guests over.
Yes, so I did not take all the pictures because we decided we weren't going to do them, so I didn't have them ready. But so let's see. She says she has a vision of Coach suspended in the air. All right, that's where she's coming off the cliff. She was looking over the cliff, and she said, she walks out onto, and she says that.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
That's so freaking crazy. I know, right? She said he's breathing, and he kept her from falling to the other side. And beyond him was darkness, and she thought she'd feel scared, but she didn't. She felt hope. And we can hear there's car horns.
You see lights and car horns.
Yeah, so it's implying to us anyway that what's on the other side of him is the real world, or not you know what I mean, back to civilization. They're in the real world. Why he's tied up in this vision is interesting. I don't know exactly.
I feel like it's Gulliver's Travels with like
it is kind of like Gulliver's Travels, but he's tied face down. She's walking on him. Yeah, I don't know. He's a bridge, but he has to be tied down. So that would kind of imply to me maybe that he has to be forced to be their bridge.
Yeah.
But yeah, she could have said he's intact. He's not hurt.
Yeah.
You can't hurt him. I don't
hurt him at all.
Yeah, but she didn't say that. She just, doesn't want him dead. And when we come back to the rest of them, he's holding the goat. I guess it's his emotional support goat. Somebody said that somewhere. I thought it was funny. Hasn't eaten his fish. And this is where I question too, like the fact that they did a close up on the food. Could it be poisoned or something, or have a key? I don't know. But Ben's hallucinating Paul again. He's calling for him, and then they come, they grab him. It's time for them to kill him. They push him against the tree with the sad face, put a bag over his head, and then Natalie gives him the necklace, and that's why I said I didn't have a lot. That's the last picture I have is her giving him the necklace. And he says,
"You think the necklace protected him?"
Yeah, when Lottie says the necklace wasn't never what you thought, I'm assuming that Lottie thought, well, he didn't get killed, so it protected him, which I'm not sure I consider that protecting them. But she gives him the necklace, and he says, "You don't have to do this," and because he's crying, she's crying, but she's going to do it anyway. And AA says, I think Coach Ben is their bridge home only because he's the only piece of innocence they have left. Yeah. And I think once they cross that, I mean, they're still going to get home, obviously, but I think they're going to lose all their innocence. So yeah, I agree with that. But she doesn't mention the car horns though, which I find kind of interesting. Like, I don't know if that was just for us to pick up on. She just said it was hope. She didn't mention it was actually going home. But anyway,
I feel they're closer to civilization than I think they are.
I think they are too.
Even though you can say, but the cabin burned for 14 days and nobody smelled it or came over. But they'll probably write their way around that somehow. Yeah,
I don't know. I think they should go look. AA says Javi was also innocent that he died. Yeah, he was. But I think this is, like you said, this is the last one.
Yeah, like Jazzy was talking about earlier, and I've also had the same theory, is that, Laura Lee died because that was religion, and morality that way, and she was gone. Then Jackie is because it was social structure, like, hierarchy in high school and stuff in society, and she's gone. Javi was innocence and, the child, and he's gone. And now the last vestige of society and humanity is Ben, who hasn't eaten any human meat yet, and he's the only adult.
Yeah.
So when he goes, all bets are off. They're going to become savages.
Yeah. He's the only one that didn't eat them.
Well, none of them did. None of the ones that died did.
Well, no, but I mean, none of the ones that are left.
Yeah.
He at first he gets mad and he's like swearing and yelling at them, but then he starts bargaining and begging to let him go. And it's clear. He says, no, you don't want to do this. And it's quite clear that nobody there wants to kill him except for Shauna and Melissa. I mean, it's clear. But Jen goes to put the hood on his head so Ty can shoot him. And he's like, no, look me in the eye, if you're going to kill me.
And that's exactly like when they drew cards and Nat drew the card. She said, look me in the eye, because Shauna tried to like slice her throat from behind. And she said, you're going to do it. You have to look me in the face.
Yeah. Somebody had mentioned that earlier, that it's like a father-daughter type thing too there, that scene.
And she was also wearing the necklace at the time, which is the protecting necklace. They protect Jackie, but protects other people. Her spirit protects them.
Yeah. Oh, wait, here it is. Justin had said, Nat and Ben parallel. Look me in the eye when you do this. They're so father and daughter in all ways that count. They kind of are, but obviously she is doing it anyway, Yeah.
Sorry I didn't see your comment. We came up with the same comment at the same time. I wasn't looking in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I had found
it when like people like I type something and they say it like it's their idea. I thought of it separately, but we have the same idea.
Yeah. No, oops. Wrong thing. Some of them I had started to go back to later, and I apologize, guys. Some of them I didn't go back to because we got sidetracked, and I had them start. I just didn't go. We'll go through them all when we're done here. We're almost done. But now I lost where I was. Okay, so he says, "Look me in the eye." Sorry,
I said when Jen tries to hoodwink him.
Yeah. She goes to put him on the hood. He says, look me in the eye. And then Van looks at her and is like, no, do it. And Jen's like, you don't deserve that. Which I don't know where that animosity came from in that.
Yeah, the JV. The JV's got a lot of animosity now, like a lot.
Yeah, because Jen
because she's friends with Melissa, and it's just passed from, it's just passed from Shauna to Melissa to Jen.
Yeah, I don't know, but
because Melissa and Jen are pretty good friends.
I mean, I get that Van was saying no, do it, because she knew that Ty couldn't shoot him. But yeah, he deserves that if that's what he wants. It's awful. And she's like, "What kind of monsters have you all become?" And I think that's the point. They have become.
That's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of the story of the lottery. Do you know the story of the lottery?
Is that the name of a movie?
Do you know the story of the lottery by Shirley Jackson? It's a very popular story.
No, but I feel like I've heard of it. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I feel like maybe I've heard of it.
It's kind of a similar thing. This village thinks they have to sacrifice somebody within a certain amount of years, and they have everybody do a lottery, and the one girl that picks it says something very similar, like, what monsters have we all become? When they pick up rocks and they stone her to death. That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely parallels that. That might be what that's referencing then.
Yeah.
But at this moment, Ty, and speaking of, I thought about it now. We had sort of mentioned this. We didn't finish talking about it, I think, when we mentioned it before. But we had said before about the whole thing where they were trying to bring out Dark Ty, and she was giving her the story about Urkel. In case anybody missed what we were saying earlier, the title "Did Ty Do That" is in reference to Urkel always said, "Did I do that?"
Did I do that?
So that's what that was in reference to, not whether Ty really did anything.
But we also want to know she did anything.
Yeah. But Ty becomes a Dark Ty, Issa, whatever you want to call her, and she's like, "It'll be all right," and goes to shoot.
Crazy. It's crazy the way that she does that.
She does. I don't remember her talking in a lower voice before. I don't know. But she goes to shoot him and is ready and will shoot him, I think. Well, no, she does shoot, so she would have shot him.
Yeah.
But Travis,
I think usually when she kind of goes other Ty, she doesn't really talk. She does
not normally, no.
Goes to the woods and shows Van stuff.
Not in the flashbacks anyway, or not in the time in the wilderness anyway.
Yeah.
But Travis jumps in front of Coach to save him.
He could have got shot.
He could have got shot. He jumped right in front of him. Yeah. Lottie grabbed the gun at the same time and stops them and says they can't kill Ben because he has a purpose. That Akilah saw it, and she says that he's our bridge home. He's the bridge. That's what Akilah says. So they cannot kill him. So Shauna and Melissa are pissed, and you see them come back at night to where he's at, tied up, and he's like, "You heard them. You can't hurt me." and clearly they don't agree. And Shauna gives Melissa the knife, and Melissa's like, I can't do it. And she's like, yes, you can. You shouldn't be scared of the bad parts of you either. And then Melissa grabs his leg and he's screaming, and she slices the back of it, his Achilles tendon, which I thought at first she tried to cut his foot off. I wasn't sure, but I knew that you can't cut bone that easy. But no, she sliced his Achilles tendon. And you hear him screaming, and it's awful. And then they come back to camp, and Nat's like, you don't have to enjoy it so much. And Shauna's like, well, you don't have to be such a fucking saint, or something to that effect.
There's a lot of references to saints throughout Yellowjackets.
Yeah, I know. And then the song in the background by PJ Harvey, Rid of Me, is playing, which is like, Don't You Wish You Never Met Her, and all these things that make tons of sense.
Is that Rid of Me? I thought that was a different song.
It said, I looked it up, and it was called Rid of Me, but it also said it in the captions. But yeah, it's the main line is Don't You Wish You Never Met Her.
Yeah.
It's the one of the
Met Shauna. Or
Melissa.
Melissa.
Yeah. Well, or Melissa, or both. Both of these crazy psychopaths. Yeah. So quite crazy. Yeah. I gotta stretch. Stretch.
Oh yeah, then Melissa and Shauna going back to camp. Shauna holds Melissa's bloody hand, and they go to the yurt to make some sweet lesbian love. As everybody looks on, and they're shocked, but they shouldn't really be shocked.
I know, but that look Vanna gives her is funny, like, you're lesbians? Like, she just gives her this odd look. Both of them this odd look. She didn't expect it.
I was surprised it didn't happen sooner with some characters. I mean, at least exploring their sexuality.
Yeah, it could still happen to other people. And that's why it could happen to Nat and Lottie. We don't know.
Maybe.
Can you talk for like 2 seconds while I run to the bathroom really quick?
Oh, sure. I'll promote some stuff.
Just talk for a couple minutes. Look at the chat.
Yeah. Here, I can look at the chat.
I know you can't move it, but sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
It says Javi was also innocent, but he died. Yeah, Emma. Some say that Javi should, he didn't want Javi to die, but he kept growing. He was a foot taller than all the young teen actresses, so I guess he had to go. I guess something similar happened on Lost, but I haven't watched Lost. So anyway, tomorrow, if you're so inclined, me and Julie at Julie B Deep Dives will have our Severance show for episode 8, but we're also doing the audiobook, the UUR, in the same episode, and that will be in Julie B Deep Dives around 10:15 EST. And on Wednesday, Julie B Deep Dives, which I co-host on the lives, we will be having a rewatch party for From. We will be deep diving and doing theories on From season 2, episode 2. And then and that will be roughly the same time, 10:15 EST. On Thursdays, and Julie's Discord, we have a Severance watch party at both 9 and 10 p.m. EST, and some talk after. And then on Fridays, we have From Academy with our lovely co-host Doc, and we will be talking about The Boy in White and also his symbols like dogs. And it will be a continuance of the conversations we had about The Boy in White last Friday. And that will start around 11 p.m. EST.
Awesome.
Are you back?
Yep, I'm back. Yeah. Okay. And like I said, our Severance show is Saturdays at 11 p.m. And our watch party is Saturdays at 10 before that in Discord, that the link's up. And then we have, of course, our Yellowjackets stuff, which is usually 10 for the watch party, 11 for our live stream. But next week will be 7 p.m. Eastern because of Nia coming as our special guest.
Yay.
So the watch party will be, yes. So the watch party will be at 6 in Discord. And then our normal roundup review / breakdown show is on Tuesdays at 10 p.m. Eastern. And we have stuff like the season finale of Paradise. We're doing Reacher. We're going to be doing Daredevil. Doctor Who once it starts. We're also going to be doing a Last of Us show. But all that, you can always find the links to that stuff in our Discord, the schedule and all that, as well as on our social media. And if you're looking for Scarlet stuff, you can always ask somebody in our Discord as well, because we're kind of all in the same Discord. So
we all know each other.
Yeah.
The community is vast.
The community is very vast. But sorry, I had to get up long enough to do that.
Understood.
So yeah, I don't know. Do we have anything else though about Yellowjackets to address?
I don't think so. I think we're hitting about the 4-hour mark. So
yeah, we've been going pretty long.
One.
So thank you everybody for listening. Like I said, check out our other stuff. If you're here from Antler Queens, we appreciate you staying. Just please, like in the video, subscribe to Sci-Fi Vision if you haven't. And again, it's just, youtube.com/Sci-Fi Vision. I'll put it in again. If you haven't been at the channel, but it also, I think, is in the description of their video as well. But yeah, and like I said before, all of our interviews are on the video tab and the live tab, and we have more stuff coming. I have more stuff for 9 Bodies in a Mexican Morgue. I'm trying to think what else is coming. There's some reality TV stuff coming. There's lots of stuff that we get updated all the time. But like I said, the next thing is our show on Tuesday night. Yeah, so at least I get a break off before I live stream again. You have stuff tomorrow, so
I feel like I have things every night.
Yeah, you got something every night. I get a break, thankfully. But I don't know.
I guess Tuesdays I get off.
Well, yeah, Tuesdays I was gonna say Tuesdays is the day I have it. We also have, we also have Yellowjackets live stream when it drops. I know you have your Severance watch party. I said live stream, I meant watch party. I know you have your Severance watch party on Thursdays. When that drops at 9, but we at midnight in my channel we play Yellowjackets.
Yeah. So if you like both shows, you can watch both shows.
Yeah, you can watch
like-minded people.
Yes.
We're all friendly. We don't fight.
We also show it before this live stream as well, but we don't want to wait. We watch it when it's on live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I think we've mentioned everything, but thank you everybody for coming. Thank you if you hung around. We appreciate it. I don't know that we intended to go quite 4 hours. I think we're longer here.
Intended to go 4 hours.
Yeah, it's later today too because of the time change, though. That doesn't help. But yeah, I don't know that we intended to go quite so long, but yeah, we got people listening here from Sci-Fi Vision, from Cyber Queen Media. We still have some people from NDB Media that are here, I see, from our sister network. So yeah, all of you, we appreciate you, and hopefully we'll see you again next week with Nia. Oh, and we also have, we'll have the date soon, but we also have Vanessa Prasad, who plays Jen, will be coming on the show as well. I don't have a date yet for that, but that'll be
announced
a couple of weeks from now, I think. I'll have it up soon. We'll have the link. All right, guys. Oh, I know what we didn't do. Wait, before we leave, there's still starred chat messages we didn't go through. I forgot about them.
Oh, no.
Forgot about them. Justin said, the frowny face on the tree really brings home that these are dumbass kids. Having Lord of the Flies vibes. You are correct. Sorry, I meant to go to that one earlier and I forgot.
It looks just like him.
It does. It looks just like him. Sad face. Lola, I like that dog. It's cute. Lola says, I think Lottie's dad is a suicide king. Anyone else catch Misty calling him a card? I think you mentioned that earlier. So yeah, that's very interesting too. Not sure what it means if he is the suicide king, but it's interesting.
Oh, I thought it was just a wink kind of moment.
Yeah, it might have been, but it was funny she called him that.
Yeah.
And Quan had said we have plenty of shows that don't make women look bad at all, little wonky shows. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. Sorry, that was something we were saying before, I guess. When we were saying that they couldn't be redeemed, I think, is probably what we were saying at the time.
I think they could be redeemed.
Yeah, I think some of them can, yeah. And it's not all their fault. Again, I'm not sure if that's Joe or J-O, but it says, Ben hearing Paul's voice was eerie. I wonder what that meant too. He's been hallucinating Paul for a while. So
that's his kind of paradise, so maybe he thinks Paul's calling him, the heaven or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, Quentin, how far in America are they that nobody can really find them? That's my thing about what part of America they are when they're that deep in the woods that they can't be found. Maybe they're in Canada. No, I don't know.
They are in Canada.
But I know they're filming in Canada, but I think they're supposed to be in America.
They're in Canada.
Are they supposed to be in Canada too, not just
Yeah,
filmed
they're
in Canada?
supposed to be. They were supposed to fly to Seattle, but they got distracted into the Canadian wilderness by a storm.
Ah, well, that's why they can't find them then in America, Quan. They're in Canada.
Well, North America.
Or they're in North America. It's still North America. That's true.
Yeah.
J.O. makes another interesting point. It's weird the first summer they could barely find animals, and now they have a goat. How did that happen? Is the wilderness satisfied with them now after all the sacrifices? Well, I would say number one, it's not winter, but yeah, the 1st summer they didn't either. But I think they
had berries. They foraged berries and greens and a bunch of other stuff, and they did kill a deer.
Yeah.
Before the gnarly one, they killed a deer and brought it back.
I think they're probably better at it now. And also they're keeping some of them for, milk and stuff.
Duck eggs.
Goats give milk, why they still have, I mean, the ducks, I guess, give eggs. The bunnies, I don't know that the bunnies are.
Well, the bunnies have a purpose.
They have a purpose. They're cute. Don't kill any more bunnies.
They're delicious.
I'll be nice. Let's see. Justin says,
I love rabbits.
Since we've seen a clip of a scene that looks like they're doing a hunt in full gear in the promo, I think that confirms a shift to that coming this season before their farm right. He's toast. He's talking about Ben. Yeah, there's a good possibility. I don't know why.
I think Ben's gonna die in some weird way we don't expect.
I think he might. I don't know why it's putting these. I think these chat things are actually coming in backwards, but Chris had said, this is what you said earlier, marketing.
Yeah.
Lottie's pops. Lottie's pops. Speaking of pops, I've seen pictures of Funko Pops. I want to get some Funko Pops. I don't know how old they are, but I might get one.
Yeah. I have 3 of them. I have a Lottie, a Misty from Doom, the Doomcoming ones, Lottie and Misty, and I want a Shauna.
Cool. Yeah, that reminds me, there's a figure for, it's not a pop, but there's a figure for Severance with his head open of Mark. I want to get it ordered.
Yeah, I have a Lottie keychain too with her headdress on from Doomcoming.
Oh, that's cool.
A little keychain you can put on a backpack. So I did.
Is it a Funko or no?
It's a Funko mystery bag, but somebody had it on eBay, so I just bought the one I wanted, which was Lottie.
Got it.
They had Antler Queen too, but I wasn't going to get the Antler Queen. I knew it because that's the one probably people were going for.
Yeah, you never know the mystery.
And I'm not going to buy like 20 bags of them to get like one like Antler Queen.
Yeah, that's why when it's something like that, if you don't want all of them, you go on eBay and find ones that are open.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get knockoffs, you don't know. Quan said Melanie Linsky is a genius comedy actress. She was actually married to a genius comedy character actor before she was married to the other. I don't know about who she was married to before, but yeah, the one that she's married to now that I can't think of his name, that we think is going to maybe
Jason Ritter,
that we think is going to maybe be Cabin Daddy. And also, I meant to put this up earlier. Book Money asked, sorry that I missed it, apologize, but had asked, did anyone bring up the comparison to veal practices in a similar vein of foie gras being inhumane? And there was another thing after this about that I had seen that what she was saying about how it related to them slicing his tendon, I think was the next thing she said, but I didn't star it, so I can't find it. Actually, maybe I can go back.
I know they do stuff to the ducks when they force feed them so they can't move. And that might be something similar. They might do something to their feet. It's a really horrible practice.
Yeah, so that might have been a reference to that when they gave him the foie gras, kind of a hinting at what's to come. Wait, here it is.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
with
they're
them
not gonna
mutilating
fatten him
Ben's
up,
legs
are
so
they?
he can't stand. That was the rest of it.
They're not going to fatten him up.
No, but they did mutilate him so he can't stand. And
are they going to fatten him up?
Yeah, I don't.
Is that going to be Thanksgiving Canada?
Oh, that's right. The next episode's called Thanksgiving.
No.
Canada's Thanksgiving episode though is Canada's on a different day. Their Thanksgiving, they're Canada. Their Thanksgiving, I'll get it eventually, is on a different day.
Yeah, in October.
Yeah, not that means the episode can't be called that, but yeah, I think the next one is called. No, the next one is called Thanksgiving Canada. That's weird. They put in parentheses Canada, I guess, because they're in Canada.
Well, they're in Canada.
That's I was gonna say the tallest name of them coming up. Oh, I have Dark Wind's interview to put up too. I gotta put that up for a while.
Cool.
That just reminded me because I happened to see it. Never mind. That title was for season 1. I seen it said Sick Transit Gloria Mundi, but that was for season 1.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have listed. Yeah, they do. Episode 7 is Croak, which I don't know if that's a reference to a frog or a death, but it's a Croak.
Who knows?
Episode 8 says A Normal Boring Life. 9 says How the Story Ends.
Shauna, probably.
And 10 is Full Circle. So yeah, maybe they're going to show them getting rescued at the end in the flashback part.
I know the showrunners wanted at least 1 or 2 seasons where they're post rescue and how they deal with that trauma and the like.
Yeah, when they're still young, you mean though? I could see that.
Yeah, like the stuff like how they deal with trauma when they get home, Jeff and Shauna's wedding, stuff like that.
Yeah,
different timelines.
Yeah, that would be cool. I would like to see that. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I still want to see the 2 different timelines, but seeing them post wilderness is fine by me. And the titles make me think that might be the case. So we shall see.
Then hopefully Cabin Daddy episode.
Yeah, hopefully that would be nice. Well, I guess unless you have anything else to add?
No, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. Oh, I see Julie tagged us. That's appreciated.
Sweet. Thanks, Julie.
She had tagged us a long time ago, hours ago. I just have to see the notification now. When we started, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, please join our Discord. Links in the chat. You can get all the information of all our stuff there. All the updates and all that good stuff. But we appreciate it if you stuck around, and hopefully we will see you for the next stream. And like I said, we have Nia on next Sunday. And then we'll continue our live stream after we talk to her. So, all right. Well, thanks a lot, guys. I guess it's time for bed now.
Yeah.
Finally.
The wilderness says goodbye and good night.
Yes. The wilderness says goodbye and good night.
It chose sleep.
It chose sleep. That's a good one. Okay.
Good night.
Good night.